So, just getting started with the stream. Got a few things I want to fix up here. It's just going to be a real casual stream today. Got some work I'm trying to do, and I thought I would stream that. See if I can fit that into my work schedule. We'll see how today goes. I'm going to be trying to get just some normal work done. I don't expect a lot of people stopping in today, so probably not a lot of verbal interaction unless you're specifically trying to chat with me. Streaming with a black screen? Is that right? Doesn't look good. Oh, maybe it's just OBS acting weird. See, testing only, but that is not true. This microphone situation here. Hello. Let's see. Hello. I'm lower 1000. See you there in the game. Hey Verdi, how you doing? I am just trying to get a little bit of work done here today, so I'm not doing a whole lot of active stuff. But if you just want to hang out and chill with us, you're welcome to do that. Oh, it's Emerald. Awesome. That's fantastic, man. I'm glad to see you here. Hey Christian, how are you doing today? I'm glad to see you here as well. Hopefully my voice is coming through fine and the music isn't too loud. I don't think it is, but it might be a little low right now at the moment. Switching to Game Maker now. Cool. I'm not really doing a lot of exciting things at the moment. I'm just kind of using this stream a little bit as a way to keep in touch with people, maybe. If anyone wants to drop in, they can, just like y'all did. If you have questions or anything like that, music is spot on, perfect. Yeah, I think it's the quiet part of the music, so if it gets a little too loud, let me know. Christian, how are you doing? I haven't chatted with you in a while. I've been so busy doing things in Sandbox and trying to get some play to earn games going. Haven't really chatted with a bunch of the Darlantis folks. Right at this very moment, I am working to change. Let's see, what am I trying to do here? Just change the title from testing to what I'm actually doing today. Trying to get some work done. Lots of or lots of duty and gonna catch them all. Gotcha. I guess you're saying Call of Duty, probably, huh? Cool. How long have you been playing that? I wonder if I can change. I wonder if I can change my live settings, my studio here. I think this is the live version. Let's see what we're doing. Sandbox is what we're into at the moment. We're also going to be doing NFTs. What else we got going on today? Work. I also want to do a little bit of game design. We might hop into Game Maker. And I guess weekend giveaways. Something else that I'm going to be talking about. Emerald Blood, there you are, man. You made it, and you even remembered how to get back up here from the other day. Or did you take another way up? Hey man, what What do you have going on today? This is a Monday, right? Are you off work? You taking a day off? Took a different way. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't explored a lot on this map yet, but I'm glad that there was multiple ways to get up here. Today is my New Year's holiday from work. Oh, cool. Oh, one thing, Emerald Blood, that I would maybe suggest is let's try to keep most of the chat on either Twitch or YouTube, where people that are not in the game can also see the chat stuff going on. Also, I might not always be looking at the game screen. It's because I don't expect a lot going on in there right now. But I do have the chat pulled up for Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. So what are you doing with your day off, man? See, Christian and Emerald Blood here. Working on my Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. We have a big group playing on Saturday. Oh, that sounds cool. Do y'all meet at somebody's house? Or do you play through some kind of like Zoom meeting, some kind of online meetup together? Yeah, switches houses. We all meet at the same place. Last session went for 14 hours. My goodness. That's pretty cool. I remember doing very long D&D sessions with some of my friends a while back. I haven't really played a lot of that recently. So since you said working on my Dungeons and Dragons campaigns, does that mean that you're running as the DM? Nice. Very cool. So how long has this group been getting together? What are some of their character levels now? Well, let's see, you're saying this campaign is at level 7. COVID kept us away from the game for quite some time. Yeah, you know, that's a very interesting point that I think I want to address a little bit here, actually. And that is, it's kind of sad when we have some kind of event take us away from the friends, the family, the people that we get together with. And I actually think that that is maybe one of the things that, you know, the metaverse, you know, air quotes, is going to help with. And, you know, we have the internet right now, and we have telephones and all that kind of stuff. And I know it's possible that for many, many years, decades, right? People, I mean, y'all could have called each other up and had a phone conversation or a joint phone call, or even probably a Zoom meeting and that kind of thing. But I think the way that you and I are meeting right here in Sandbox is an example where we are getting together and doing something. I can imagine soon this is going to be a lot more easy to get to and fluid. And coming into a place like this is going to be just as common as getting together in person. And then when you have additional things that are coming, like when everyone has a headset, not that everyone needs to have a 3D headset, a VR headset, but just imagine when more people do, and then you're sitting around a virtual table with things, and you as a D&D creator, right, you can have maybe a 3D virtualized dragon come out of wherever you're at, right? And say, okay, now y'all meet up with this dragon, and you can show them, and that could be part of the D&D experience that you're giving them, right? And then if you're saying, okay, here y'all are in this map or this maze, and you could actually have developed, or even have someone develop it for you if you want. I'm sure there will be plenty of D&D designers creating maps and all kinds of stuff. You can say, all right, now we're going to go play this one, just like, you know, you played the Darlantis stuff the other day. Maybe you'll find other designers' maps, and you will go in there and say, hey, let's play Joe Smith's map today, and he's got some dragons and some treasure, and we're going to go do all this kind of stuff. And it could still be your same D&D things, but it could be a little bit different experience there. And then, you know, if they slay the dragon, then they get so many experience. But even if it's not something like that, where you're pulling in 3D aspects into your game, even just y'all sitting around in a virtualized space where you can interact the same way, I think that's going to mean that COVID or something like that in the future, or even distance, wouldn't necessarily keep friends apart, right? Christian's here saying in chat, it never came to me, D&D, for the fact that we used to play a lot of the Witcher game of imagination with our friends. Old Polish RPG. Interesting. I don't think I ever did a Witcher game necessarily. I'm not sure what that would be like, but it sounds like that could be kind of cool. I suppose it's the same type of thing, right? You roll dice and you go fight monsters and all that kind of stuff. They're a bit clunky is what you're saying. Yeah, right now I think a lot of things are kind of clunky. And I don't intend to say those things I said a minute ago to detract from the very unique and personal experience of actually physically getting together. I think there will always be a place for that, and I don't want to discourage that at all. But at times, I guess what I was really getting at was at times when you can't get together in person, or if you have one member of the group who can't physically be there, wouldn't it be nice to be able to still interact with them through some kind of virtualized experience, or even, I mean, even if you wanted to, like a Zoom meeting as an example, just call them up on Zoom or some other type of thing, Skype. I don't think we should let COVID or other things like that stop our fun and friendships with people, right? Yeah, food and drinks and just the social aspect of getting together. Yeah, I definitely wanted to make sure that you didn't think I was saying to stop getting together in person. That's definitely not what I was suggesting. I was just saying if COVID comes in or something else comes in that would normally stop y'all from getting together, maybe we shouldn't let that stop us anymore. We should say, hey, let's not be stopped by this thing. Let's get together however we can, and that could be in a virtualized experience then. See if I actually save those changes. Yeah. I figured you probably knew what I meant since we've known each other for a while, but you never know who else is watching, and sometimes I have friends when I speak like that, sometimes I have friends that think that I'm suggesting that they don't get together anymore in person. And that's absolutely not what I'm saying. Let's see, you're saying here, virtual is a way I plan to suggest to the group for those times we can't get together. Yeah, I'd like to try new things, virtual software we've done. So, you're saying that there was some clunky stuff out there. Do you have other places that you've already tried? Let's come over here and say hello to this new person dead inside. Let's see, we got someone else here. Dead inside lyrics. Hi there. I was talking to those people. I got this guy here in Sandbox checking out the social hub, Dead Inside Lyrics. I don't think you're watching the stream. Probably. I'm a newbie. Yeah, letting him know that you can come check us out on the YouTube site, and we can chat a little bit more there, because normally I'm not watching the game chat very much. Now let's see. So it looks like you're saying Roll20 is a very popular but kind of difficult to navigate. There's also D&D Beyond, a few others. I haven't checked those out yet. I suppose that some place like D&D Beyond gives all of y'all that are participating some extra tools for playing the D&D games, right? Yeah. Like maybe die rolling, and you can see the dice being rolled, and any of that other kind of stuff. I think that's kind of cool. I can imagine having those extra tools for the specific game that you're playing, Dungeons and Dragons, as an example, would be helpful. All right, so it looks like I was able to get in there and change some things. Now I just have to check out Twitch and see what's showing up on Twitch there. Let's see, you're saying correct. There are lots of tools at our disposal to make things more immersive and fun. Absolutely. Anyways, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, how's everyone doing? Let's see, looks like I missed a few things. Spaz Gang, how you doing, man? I doubt you're still here, but just in case you are. I had to step out for a minute. Hey Christian, if you're still here, good night yourself. Glad you could stop by. I know it's really late. What time is it there? If you are still here, what time is it there right now? I have a feeling it's super late for you. Spaz, if you're still here as well, hope you're doing well. One of the things that I'm going to be working on today is handing out your NFTs. I'll wait to talk about that a little bit more until I verify that you're actually in here. That way you can get in on that as well. Alright, speaking of which, one of the things that I'm working on today, let me hop over to Twitch real quick. I'm not really sure that like my titles and all that kind of stuff is getting updated. That like my titles and all that. Gotta mute that. Don't need any feedback there. Let's see. See, this says testing only also, and that is just not true. I need to figure out how to update that stuff through my OBS software. Broadcasting, it's not testing only. No, it is not. We are doing Sandbox and NFTs. See if I can maybe come to Stream Manager. That's where I'm going to fix this stuff up. Let's put a little bit of that in there. Category is the Sandbox, yes. Let's just say done. I think that's going to be fine. All right. Hey, looks like we got a few followers yesterday. That's nice. Appreciate that. Okay, so now I think that my Twitch and YouTube streams are actually presenting a proper title. That was one thing I was a little concerned about. I think I'm ready to do some updates here. Well, let's see. Hey Rock, the music is a tad loud. Okay, yeah, thanks. Let's adjust that a little bit. Down to there, maybe? Let's see what you think of that. Down to there, maybe? Of course, then it stops immediately, right? Much better. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your input and keeping me on top of that stuff. So the interesting thing about the music and the volume and all that kind of stuff, I have not done a lot of experimenting on volume yet. And the music that's playing through YouTube right now is coming into my headphones at a specific volume. And then I have an additional volume level that controls how loud it is going out to y'all. And so the volume coming in to me stays the same volume all the time, no matter what I adjust y'all's volume to. And the level of volume that I'm hearing it at is actually louder than what y'all are hearing it at. So there's no way for me to tell really how loud it's coming in for you, at least not right now. I do plan to get that worked out a little bit more, but that's why I have to ask. And I appreciate the input. So the next thing that I'm working on here today is for my giveaways. I want to do something with the giveaways where we can kind of interact and see that kind of stuff a little bit more. Hey Emerald Blood, would you prefer that I call you Emerald Blood or EB or Rob, or what do you prefer from me specifically? Yeah, I think I personally prefer Rob. A little bit more personal. I feel like I've known you for a while. Yeah, maybe when I'm talking about you in the context of gamer, that I might use EB or something like that. But Johnny or Steve, huh? Yeah, that might be a little bit more difficult. Well, I know that you're working on your D&D stuff, so I don't want to... oh, speaking of, I don't know if it would be more convenient for you, but it might be kind of interesting and fun, because I know that right now, if you are interacting, I mean, if you are working on a D&D thing, which I think you are, I know that taking your hands away to type a little bit is a little inconvenient for you and all that kind of stuff. I'm wondering if you want to join me on a Discord call where, if you've got your microphone hooked up and if you don't got a lot of loud background noise around, again, not that you and I are going to be talking consistently, because I'm trying to do some work and you're trying to do some work, but that way, if you want to say something, you can just speak verbally and it'll come out. I'll be able to hear it. I don't know if that interests you at all or not. If you've got other noises or music or anything over there, then you might not care to do that. Yeah, you have Discord and headphones. Yeah, use that all the time. Perfect. So tell you what, let me hop over to my Discord, and this will give me an interesting trial here also to see if this is going to work in the future for multiple people. So, Rob, if you want to come into the Darlantis voice channel under gaming, I should be there. If you end up doing that, you'll probably have to mute the live stream audio. You can still keep the video up, of course, but I think your live stream audio is going to be 20 seconds behind the Discord call that we're doing. So you're asking, let me know which channel. So if you go under Darlantis, there's a voice channel for gaming. You should be able to click on that. I think everyone has access to that right away. There he is. Can you hear me? You should hopefully be able to hear me now through the Discord call. Again, you might have to reduce your volume on the live stream video. Let's see where we're at with this music here. There we go. I think I need to reset that. Okay. So I saw that you got in the channel there, but I'm still not able to hear you. I'm not sure if you're trying to speak or if you're still trying to get your earphones plugged in. Oh, you can't hear me either. Interesting. Let's that's interesting. So I can see my audio green light going around, but I'm not positive if you not being able to hear me is on my end or not. All right, Rob, I'll let you check on that a little bit. So one of the things that I want to do with y'all is, let's see, I want to create a spreadsheet or something like that. Maybe I'll create a new spreadsheet. It's going to be game winners. All right, Rob, you're going to try another idea? Sure. I think I'm going to create a new spreadsheet. See if I can do that here. And we'll just put Rock 808 game, or actually play to earn, and I'll just call it that. And then can I move this over to here? Just plug this in here. So one of the things that I want to do for y'all is provide a little bit more transparency, perhaps, if you want to call it that, where you can actually see things being handed out and on what dates and all this kind of stuff. So all of the things that I did the other day, see if I can copy that link address. Let's see if that's going to work. That's not quite what I had in mind. I don't think I can just highlight this, but can I pull that into another page? Can I drop that into there? No. Maybe I could just copy link address and go ahead and paste it here. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Rob. Yeah, and I I don't plan to do a whole lot of talking with you directly. That would require that you type stuff out. Um, I just thought it'd be kind of cool to get that done and make it a little bit easier on you. All right, so one thing that I want to do here is I want to be able to have the list of wallet addresses and then the transaction ID hash as well. And part of the reason that I want to do this is just in case somebody says that they didn't receive one of their gifts, I want to verify, for one, that I actually sent it to the right place, right? Because that's possible that I would make a mistake, accidentally send it to the wrong address, maybe by sending it to a different person's address, like pasting something that had been from the previous person. I just pasted their address again and thought it was a different person now. And so having the transaction ID will allow me to verify, and them also to verify, which is another great thing I love about the blockchain, is all of this stuff is publicly verifiable, right? So we're going to say this is the address. There's the transaction ID. And then what we'll do is kind of oops, what's going on here? We'll kind of just use that as a template. So it looks like I sent 11 sand. Let's see. Rob Reston, where do we look for the items you've sent us? So there's a couple of places, and I'm not sure where the best place is going to be to see everything all at once. MetaMask might have some things, OpenSea will have other things, but this is what you can do for now. You should be able to, well, you know, that's a good question, Rob. One thing that you could do is open up your MetaMask. And when you open up your MetaMask and you come up to your networks, you've got Ethereum mainnet for sure. I know you've got that. But do you have the Polygon mainnet listed on there? That might not be something that you have. So I would say, check to see if you've got the Polygon mainnet. And then if you do you have sand listed in there or not? I can see that at some point it would probably be beneficial for me to use a different wallet for streaming. I'm not necessarily sure I want to be advertising all of the tokens I've got everywhere. Let's say you do not have Polygon listed. Would you like to try to set up the Polygon stuff right now? I don't know if that's something that you'd want to spend time with or not. The tokens that I sent out to you the other day are listed on the Polygon network. And so we'll have to get Polygon set up. Yeah, you would. Oh, okay. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind. So the first thing that we want to do is I want you to follow along with me through this as well. And since you're about 20 seconds behind me, I'm going to try to go pretty slow, but if you're still not able to keep up, or if I quickly step past something, then don't hesitate to stop me. So what I'd like for you to do first is open up a web browser and do a search for um, Polygon and MetaMask. Let's do a search for Polygon and MetaMask. And I see the first thing that pops up for me here is add Polygon network, which looks like what we want to do. And here is a Medium post for setting up MetaMask for Polygon. This one, I'm actually not sure which one of these will be better. Maybe they'll both be the same. I do see that this one up here for Docs Polygon technology is a little newer. It was just updated here on December 24th. So let's go ahead and use this one, docs.polygon.technology. So I'm going to open up in a new tab. And then from here, it says that we can use Polygon scan to do it a little bit more automatically. And maybe that's what I was trying to do with y'all or with myself the other day. And then we ended up having to do it manually, which I'd rather not do. I'd rather it be really easy for y'all. So if you see this using Polygon scan, let's go ahead and click on that using Polygon scan to see if that's just going to take us right where we need to go immediately. And I don't see it's taking us anywhere, I guess because where it's trying to take us is already pulled up on the screen right here. So first thing that you want to do is make sure that you've already got MetaMask installed. And I think that you do. And I guess at this point, Rob, you also want to make sure that you're logged into MetaMask as well. So just make sure that you're actually seeing the content of it here, and you're probably on the Ethereum network. So just make sure that you see that you're logged in here. You should see something like this up at the top. You might not see anything down at the bottom. And then if you do see that, it should be good enough. So make sure you have MetaMask set up. Then it looks like follow the steps to add Polygon, and it looks like navigate to polygonscan.com. So you do have MetaMask and you're logged in. Great. So it looks like the next step is go to polygonscan.com, and I'm just going to, again, open that in a new tab. So here we are at polygonscan.com. And from there, let's see what it says. There should be a place, I guess, somewhere, add Polygon network. So I'm not sure I see it on my thing here, probably because I already have Polygon set up on my MetaMask. Let's see, this looks like it's by the powered by. So somewhere up in here, do you see something that gives you a little button to add Polygon? I don't see anything on mine, but that might be because I already have it. also, maybe it's at the very bottom. Oh yeah, so it's down at the very bottom, Rob. I'm sorry. So down at the very bottom of that page is Add Polygon Network. I'll go ahead and click on this. Again, it's at the very bottom of the page. You're a few seconds behind in the stream, so I'm going to assume that you've heard that once already. But just in case, I'll repeat it again. And then if I click on Polygon, it says that it's going to pull up a notification that it's going to switch. And anytime you're doing something like this, you really want to make sure that when MetaMask is popping up a notification, that you really clarify who or what is trying to ask for permission to get access to your wallet. So here we can see polygonscan.com is trying to get access to your wallet to do something, and it's going to, do we want to allow this site to switch the network to Polygon mainnet? And in this case, we'll say yes. So you can switch. And that might be all that you need to do. Again, because I already have it set up in mine, then maybe mine is behaving a little bit differently than yours. It might ask that you do another thing, and if it does, just let me know in chat what additional steps you might have to do. I do plan to make a video on this sometime soon, because just like you, a lot of my personal friends are going to want the same thing. And so I want to give everyone a nice little video on how to do it. Once you've added the Polygon network to MetaMask, the way to verify that everything's working now is up here on MetaMask. You should be able to click on this drop down and you should see Ethereum, and then you should also be able to choose Polygon mainnet. If you can't do that, then we still need to work something out a little bit. So let me know. But if you can switch over and choose Polygon mainnet, you still probably don't have anything down here. I hope you do. I hope you can see sand tokens right now. But if you can't, then we'll have to add that as well. Let's see. It added the new mainnet, but it says Matic and not Polygon. That's fine, right? So up here, we see that on mine, it's Matic also. And Matic is the old name for the new name of Polygon. So Polygon and Matic are the same thing. Up here in the top, I hope it says Polygon, but if it does say Matic, that's probably fine. Certainly right in here, it can say Matic, and that's still the name of the token that we're using for that. So it's a little confusing because they changed their name recently. Hopefully they'll get all that worked out at some point. And let's see if I can make some changes on here. Maybe I cannot change networks. Oh yeah. So here's something that you could do, Rob. Looks like I just found a little something that might work. I don't think it's overly important that you do this, but if you come over to the button over here, you should be able to click on that, and then you can see different things that you might have access to, one of them being settings. And if you click on settings, And then if you click on security and privacy, so go to settings, then security and privacy, or I'm sorry, networks. Then under networks, you should be able to select a couple of different networks in here, and you should be able to select the Polygon mainnet, or for you it might say Matic. But I bet if you change that name right there to whatever you want, then that would be fine. And you are allowed to change that to anything you want, I think, without any problem. You could double check to see if the new RPC URL is set up here. And then the chain ID is 137. Here's the symbol Matic. And you might have the block explorer listed there too. Had to answer a couple of people there in the game chat. Let's see, you're saying that the chain ID is the same, the URL is different. I don't think that that really matters too much. But for my block explorer URL, I've got explorer.matic.network. If you want to try that, but I think that whatever you have there is the same. The new RPC URL, what do you have for new RPC URL? That might make a difference. So let me highlight this, and I'm going to send this to you in chat for the new RPC URL, because and I'll send this to you right in chat. And the reason that we want to send that to you there is this is the new RPC URL, and maybe Polygon gave you an old link, which still could work. It's probably not going to be a problem. Hey Flyboy, how you doing? $300K sounds right. Sandbox is going to be huge. Can do lots of good stuff with that. I am not surprised people are trying to invest 300,000. Hey Flyboy. Yeah, I don't know if I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention to game chat, so if you are here now, then feel free to chat in the, whether it's YouTube or Twitch or whatever stream you're watching. It's easier for me. I'm paying a little bit more attention to my streamer chats than the game chat. I'm just going to say here, back to my live stream, we can chat more. I'm not watching this chat much. Okay, let's get back to what we're doing here. So yours says polygondoc.com for your RPC URL? Or is that for your Block Explorer URL, Rob? I don't think it really matters too much. Probably multiple URLs will give you the same information. But we do want to be a little bit careful in general, because I'm sure that everyone out there knows there's scams going on quite often, and if you're clicking on something taking you to the wrong URL, of course that could be bad. I don't think we're going to have a problem in this case because we're actually on Polygon Scan website and pretty sure they are all legit, especially since that was the page that we came through for docs.polygon technology, which polygon.technology is absolutely the right site for them. Twitchy Ninja 24, hey, how you doing, man? Flyboy, good to see you there, man. I'm just helping a friend of mine add Polygon Network to MetaMask. So that's kind of what we're doing at the moment. The RPC URL, yeah. So the new link I gave to you in chat should help you with that. But other than that, I think you're set. So then the next thing that we need to do is make sure that you've got the sand coin there. And so under experimental, we can try that next. So again, if you've forgotten or got out of settings, we can get back there for your MetaMask, coming up to this dot up in the upper right. We can click on settings from there, and then we should see all of this. And then if you come under experimental, we can try to turn this on for third-party APIs to display the new tokens being sent to your wallet. All right. And so we can just turn that on. And I think that is all you are going to need to then see the sand token. So then at this point, we should be able to click on MetaMask again itself. We see we're on the Polygon mainnet, and then we should see our sand tokens down there. I'll give you a minute to get through that, since the live stream is a few seconds behind where I'm at now. And if you don't see sand listed still, then we might have to add that manually, and we can do that as well. No sand tokens still. Okay. So that is too bad. Then we're going to have to add the sand tokens here. And you know what? I'm not even sure. I remember from yesterday how we did that specifically. Yeah. No, this is actually really good for me too, because I'm going to have lots of other friends asking me exactly the same thing. And I do plan on getting all this stuff set up in a video, but you know, you're causing me right now to do my research for that video. So this is absolutely something I need to do anyway, right? Hey, Chiefer. All right, so what we want to do next, I guess. So we can try to import tokens. The thing is, let's tell you what, let's go there and let's check it out. So we can say import tokens. Can you search for sand, S-A-N-D? Can you search for that? Because I'm going to think the answer is no. And if you can't search for that, if you can, great, let me know and we can stop right there. And then you can just click on sand and you're done, right? In fact, I may as well click on mana. In fact, Rob, when you get here, if you do see Decentraland's mana, let's go ahead and add this token for you right now, because one of the games that we are going to play sometime soon is some stuff in Decentraland, and we'll get some mana. So we may as well add this token right now. And then we can click on next. And then here it's going to say, is this the token you're talking about? Do you want to import? We'll say import. And then it's going to show us specifically for the mana that we have. And I don't have any mana myself yet. So I don't have any tokens or I don't have any transactions. But then up in the upper left, we can click on the back arrow here, and that gets us back to our account. And now you can see, along with all the other things I've had, I do have mana listed here as well. So it's already set for whenever we do something with Decentraland. If you don't have anything down here at all, then you also might want to search for Matic and include Matic. So you might want to come to import tokens and just type in Matic as well. And then you'll choose the Polygon Matic. And then you can say next. I'm not going to import this since I think I already have it, but you'd go ahead and import the Polygon Matic as well. And then that way you should see Matic tokens. In fact, let's do something with you right now. Once you've got Matic set up here, can you tell me, I'm going to guess you have 0 Matic, but let's double check that. So Twitchy Ninja is asking, I've got a question for you when you've got a chance. Go ahead and ask, Twitchy Ninja. I might be able to squeeze in an answer while I'm paused and waiting for Rob to complete the stuff that we're doing here. So Rob, once you do have Matic, just let me know again if you have 0 Matic or if you actually have something there. My guess is you're going to have nothing, but I just want to check. Then, if you don't have anything on Matic, and I'm going to, yep, you don't. And then what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to come back and back on a web browser. Maybe open up a new web browser and let's go to darlantis.com/metaverse. And I'm going to bring this into the chat for you as well. And so, Rob, this is something for you personally, since I know you, you're a friend of mine. You're going to trust these links from me. If some random person or even some streamer is handing out some unknown URL for something, and you don't trust them, I wouldn't trust the links from them. So I wouldn't expect that anyone else watching the stream right now follows this. This is my own website, but everything on here is legit. And it's something that I've created for myself to help me, and even to help direct my personal friends to when I'm trying to go to specific places. And so Rob, for you, if you want to bookmark this page, you're welcome to it. These are some legit links that I've found that I kind of am keeping for myself a little bit here. And what I'd like for you to do is check out these faucets down here, and we want to get you a little bit of free Matic token that you can then use, because on the Polygon network, if you want to transfer tokens or funds, then you're going to need at least a little bit of Matic token for the gas fee. And I can talk to you about gas fees a little bit later if you need to understand that, if we haven't already talked about it yet. But what you'll do is you'll like just choose each one of these links one at a time. I'm not sure which ones might be working and which ones might not be working, but they are all good links. So go through this list of 3 things, these faucets, one at a time. And then here you will choose one or the other of these. You're not going to do the test net, but choose this Mumbai or Gorley, however you pronounce that. You want to select the Matic token and then just drop your wallet address in here. And what these faucets do, if you don't know already, is they're going to give you a tiny bit of Matic token, just enough to help do your first 1 or 2 exchanges. And so if you put your wallet address in there and submit, as long as the faucet hasn't run dry, then within a few minutes you should see that you've got that Matic, a little bit of Matic sent to you in your wallet. Like I said before, if the first one is run dry, because a lot of people all over the world are using these, and if it gets used up, then it has to wait for someone to resupply it. But then try the next one and try the next one. This one down here, the mac and cheese, is the one that worked for me. It's like one of my first ones. But I feel that Polygon.technology is a better, more reputable place. Mac and cheese sounds a little weird to me, but that is the one that ultimately worked for me the first time I was getting into this stuff. So Twitchy Ninja, Rob, while you're doing that, let me address the chat room here. So I own a skeleton MetaKey bot from Sandbox Assets Collection. I have yet to find out how to use it in the Sandbox. Is there something to do to import it, or do I need to be in a specific land to enable its use? I own a Sandbox MetaKey bot from the assets. You know, I don't even know what that is. I suppose what you're talking about is that's an NFT. And so you own this NFT that is something, or is this something different? Do you mind sending me a link in chat of what that is? And for everyone else who's watching, when people send links into chat, I do not recommend anyone click that, right? We have no idea what kind of links other people could be sending, and there are links that can be very dangerous. I'm going to look over what's being sent here first before I click on it myself, right? But I wouldn't want anyone else to click on something. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and see what this is gonna do here. Looked safe to me. I just double checked the OpenSea.io, but you still would want to be even a little bit more careful than just that. So again, I would not recommend anyone else be clicking on links. So here we have the Sandbox assets. One of the first things, Twitchy Ninja, that I was looking for is that it's got the blue checkmark verified collection there, because of course there are lots of scams for Sandbox assets. And so I just wanted to verify that you didn't accidentally get something that was not the real Sandbox assets, but it looks like you do, so that's great. there's a bunch of owners and all this other kind of stuff. And then let me just scroll back in chat and see what you are saying. You're saying, here's a skeleton MetaKey bot, and you have yet to see how to use it in the sandbox. So what I think we're looking at here is, if we check properties and about and all that kind of stuff. So my guess, just from looking at it very briefly, is this is just an asset that you would place on a game map. So if I was a developer, I could select this and place it on my map, and then it would be one of the opponents maybe that you would fight. Now, I don't think that this is something that you would like pull out in your inventory, if that's what you were kind of getting at as well. It's possible that later on in the development of Sandbox, they might give us, or maybe a game developer specifically, would give us the ability to like spawn a follower or a helper, and maybe we could spawn some kind of a creature from our NFT collection, right? It's a companion that you can use to open doors. Yeah. So I've never seen anything like that in use, right? And I don't necessarily see oh, I see what you're saying here. It's essential companion on any heist. This talented robot is able to unlock any door it encounters. So what this tells me right here is possibly owning this NFT in your wallet would allow you to walk through a couple of locked doors in games, but the games have to be programmed to use this. So the game developer has set up a map or something with locked doors that are going to check your wallet, and if your wallet has this NFT in there, then none of the doors are locked for you, and you can walk through any doors. That's going to be my guess right off the top of my head. Hey, Rob, I see you now see the 10 sand in there. So did that just magically show up for you, or I forget what I was having you do. I know that we went to the faucet. Did the 10 sand show up in your wallet after you went to the faucet or before you went to the faucet? Ah, you're saying Chief sent it. So, Chief, where did you, I'm assuming you got this from somewhere, right, Chief? Did you make this up yourself? Are you a creator? Did you create this NFT for the Sandbox? Or was this something just handed to you? Ah, so you went to the Sandbox to retrieve your wallet ID, and because probably we had the experimental check mark. So Rob, did you, when I was talking to you about the experimental little on-off switch, did you, oh, you saw it in there, but do you see it in MetaMask? So I know that if you're on Sandbox, you can probably see here in the Polygon network, you've got the 10 sand here, all right? But when you click on MetaMask and you're on the Polygon network, do you see the sand there also? Oh, I see. You bought the NFT. Okay. Gotcha. So there are a lot of NFTs out there on OpenSea where, let's see, is this the page that I was looking at? Yeah. So anyone can buy one of these, right? We can come in here and we can buy one of these right now. It looks like they're running about $131 right now, or 0.035 ETH. So of course anyone can come and buy these. And there's a bunch of things that of course you could buy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be able to use it unless there was something specifically designed to use this. So I think that's going to be your thing. You might ask on one of the Sandbox channels, or when you have some game devs that might be a little bit more familiar with Sandbox assets. So anything in the Sandbox assets collection that's been verified, these things have been approved by official Sandbox people, right? And so somebody might know what this is used for in some kind of a game. Lolu SXD says, how can I join you in game? And so if you wanted to get in game for us or with us, I'm not really doing a whole lot in game right at the moment. I mean, I've got this window open, but if you go to the drafts directory for the Sandbox, you already have the Sandbox stuff downloaded. And are you in the drafts directory? There's Flyboy right there. He's joined us. If you do not have the Sandbox downloaded, I can send you a video link that I did the other day that will very quickly show you how to download the Sandbox Game Maker, open up the drafts directory, and get to some of the stuff in there. Just let me know in chat if you already kind of know. This place that we're in right now is the social hub for Sandstorm. It's called Sandstorm. And so, Rob, if you are saying it's still not in your MetaMask, but you are seeing it there, so I'm glad that you can at least see it here on Sandbox. But one of the things I really would like to do for you is make sure you can see it in your MetaMask wallet also. And for that, once you have some Matic tokens in there, I think what I need to do is try to please roll with your stream. Yep. No, this is something actually really good, Rob. I do need to figure this out, and so I will do that. I just don't have a very quick answer for you. If you need to get back to your work too, then go ahead and do that. But let me look up some things here. Let's try to look up add token to MetaMask. Add Polygon token, because specifically connect your MetaMask with Polygon, but that's what we've already done. How do I add a token to MetaMask? Yeah, I don't mind looking this up. Like I said, I need to anyway. I'm going to have every single one of my friends that's not already on Sandbox or has a Web3 wallet is going to be asking this exact same question. And I'm already planning to do a video on it. Let's see. So let's see what this is saying right here. How to add your custom tokens in MetaMask. And here it's talking about ETH tokens, and I already know how to do it this way. But what I don't know how to do, see Etherscan, I already know how to do that. That's not the issue. Let's see. Well, maybe I need to do, maybe I do need. In your app browser, go to Etherscan, search for your token, scroll down and retrieve the contract address. Go back, add token, and put token symbol and precision. Yep. But that's not what we need to do. Tell you what, Rob, let's do this just in case this works for you, but I don't think this is going to work for you here. Let's try one thing though. I want you to go to a website for coin market cap. coinmarketcap.com, and I might even have that on my Darlantis page if you need the link. If not, I will set this up now. Looks like it's not on my Darlantis links for people. So you just want to go to coinmarketcap.com, and then in the upper right, we'll click on the search, and we'll put in Sandbox. And then we should see the Sandbox token there. The problem is that this contract address is the contract address for the Sand token on Ethereum, and I don't think that this works as a contract address on the Polygon network. But we're going to try it anyway, just in case. This is what I was doing yesterday, and this was not working for me. But I'd like you to try, just in case something was going strange with me. So once you get to CoinMarketCap, you'll search for Sandbox. You'll find that token here. You're going to look for the contracts. And then here, you're going to copy that address. And once you have that address copied, you'll come back to your MetaMask. Once you're at your MetaMask, you'll make sure to double check that you're on the Polygon network right now. And then down at the bottom, you'll choose Import Tokens. Once you got Import Tokens, you will choose Custom Token. You will paste that contract address right in here. And when you tab out of that, I would have thought that that would have shown us sand automatically, but it's apparently not. Let me double check this again. Starts off with 384 and ends with D0. 384 and D0. Yeah, okay. So for the token address, let's go ahead and put in sand. And let me look up the decimal number for you. Oh, it's not even letting me put in a decimal number. In that particular case, I can't put in a decimal number at all, so maybe here under the Polygon network it doesn't need them. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do that. So at this point, just go ahead and click on Add Custom Token. And then here we can see some different tokens here. I'm just going to click on Sand. I guess it's not letting us click on those. So we'll just say Import Tokens. And if we go back to this, see, I still don't see. See, I think that value is a 0 still. So that wasn't the right address. It wasn't the right contract address for us to see those tokens, because it really should be saying for sand 1171 for me. So I don't think that's going to work for you either, Rob, but just in case it does, we have that. And then let me also search for what is the contract address for sand token on Polygon. Let's see. So here, under Polyscan, sand tokens. Ah, there's the contract address. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. And I'm going to copy this. Yeah, let me copy this here real quick, and if it is, I will paste this address for you into the chat so you can use this address yourself. But this one's a little bit different. Notice it's C6D, starts off with C6D. So now I'm going to come over here, and if you did accidentally put in some stuff that isn't proper anymore, you should be able to click on that item, see the color here, and we can just come up to these dots and say hide sand and hide that one. And then we'll do the same thing for this 0 matic. That isn't correct either. I should be having 193 matic, so this 0 one is a bad address also. So I will click on that. I'll come up here to the dots, and I will say hide that bad matic address as well. And so now we just see the good ones here. So I'm going to now come again to import tokens, and I'm going to set a custom token. I'm going to paste the new address that starts with the C6D. I'm going to put in sand for the type. Notice it automatically comes up with the decimal value of 18, which sounds right also. So this looks more promising. And then when I say add custom token, it still comes up with a strange color, not the normal blue that I normally see, but I'm going to go ahead and say import this as well. And then go back. And let's just see what happens. Interesting. So something else that could be wrong there is the decimal. So here it says decimals is 18. So that is right. We are on Polygon. This is the contract address. C6D and 1CA or CA0. Let's just make sure. I'm going to search for that. No. What if I search for sand just on its own? Still not seeing it in there. And now when I try to put that, it says it's already been added. I'm going to refresh this page right here. But I see that it still isn't showing up properly. So Rob, let me go ahead and paste this for you just in case. If you want to try that address that I'm pasting in, the 0xc and then ends with CA0, if you want to try to paste in that address for the contract address under Polygon, it didn't work for me. Maybe it's because I already have it in here, because here on Polygon Scan, it does say that that is the address there. Redo that music. Once you put in that contract address for Sand, you might just try to refresh your page also and see if that gets anything. Still might fail for you as well. Wonder how else we can add that. See what this link says here. Something else that I think I want to do, I'm going to come over to this thing right here. And this thing right here, I feel, is also the contract address for the Sandbox token. So you know what I'm going to do too is I'm just going to take this over to MetaMask. I'm going to import another token, custom paste this new address, select Sand, put 18. Okay, try new, oops, new contract address. Try this new one right here. So it starts with 0xBBB, it ends with 683. Try adding that one. Notice for me it says it's already been added, and that makes me a little bit more confident that that is going to be correct, since obviously I have the real one that's already added as well. I'm very confident about that. And if you do be able to, or if you are able to paste that in there, again, say sand is the name of it, decimal token decimal is going to be 18, then you should be able to add custom token. And at that point, I am pretty confident that you should see a sand value pop up here, and I think you'll probably have 10 or 11 sand in there as well. For me, I'm going to click on this bad red one and take that off. While you're working on that, I'm going to continue my spreadsheet here. I think I'm going to put a little note to myself. I want to add that later on. Hey there. Is that Zorfe? Xorfe. How are you doing in chat? So what are we doing? It's a good question. So we're doing all kinds of things. I'm scattered over a couple different projects. Right at the moment, I am helping a friend of mine who looks like they're just reporting success in the chat room there. I am helping a friend of mine add sand tokens to their Polygon network for MetaMask. Since I have not found a super easy automated way to do that, we had to go and hunt down the contract ID for sand on Polygon, not just the sand contract for Ethereum network, which is a little bit easier to get to. And we had to plug that in and add a token and all that kind of stuff. And we've been playing around with that. And I'm glad to see that we have succeeded finally. And also, we are doing a few things. I am doing weekly giveaways. And yes, yesterday we finished up the last giveaway. I think I handed out a total of about 110 sand, or actually it was a little bit more than that, to a couple of players of mine playing a play to earn game that I'm working on. And yesterday I handed out all the prizes, 10 sand to each of these 11 people, a little bit more to a couple that completed a few extra challenges. And right at this moment, I am trying to find a good way to keep up with that a little bit. Make sure that I sent everyone their winnings. Make sure that I have transaction details, that in case someone says, hey, I didn't get my tokens, that we can investigate that a little bit more through the transaction IDs and see that they actually, if they did or if they didn't. It's always possible for me to paste something the wrong place. Yeah. So, do you want me to pronounce your name Zorfe? Zorfe. It seemed that that's probably what you intended. Am I a game developer? I am a little bit. I wouldn't say that I'm nearly as good as some of the other developers that are out there, but I have put together a couple of very small things for friends and myself over the years. I am kind of working on the GameBox game maker right now too, and I do have a little mini game that we played yesterday. I do plan to get more into it in the future, but I'm certainly not nearly as sophisticated or talented as some of these other people like who put together Lululand or any of that kind of stuff. How did you find the stream here? I see you're over on YouTube. I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube right now. How did you find the stream? And were you interested in joining? So I'm doing these giveaways every weekend for the next, at least all through January, and probably extending out to February as well. I don't know if you're into play to earn type of games, all that kind of stuff, or if you're interested in winning crypto by playing games. Sandbox Game Maker, yeah. There are a ton of videos out there for Sandbox Game Maker. I'm sure you're finding all kinds of really cool things. If you are looking for a good like tutorial thing on Game Maker, look up Cyber Dragon. In fact, let me go and do that for you real quick, even myself right now. Cyber Dragon is, I think, the right name. And, oops, Cyber Dragon YouTube. Let's just do that. Let's see. I don't know if this is actually correct. Anyway, let's just go to YouTube in general. YouTube. And then I think if we go to Cyber, or it might not be Cyber Dragon. I think it is. Nope, I'm probably mistaken. Tell you what, let's check out Sandbox Game Maker here. And maybe I can find, so yeah, I've got a few things there. I guess that's me live right now. Panda Pops has some good videos. I don't know if you've been watching too much of the Sandbox stuff. There it is, Cyber Dragon. That's what we want. Panda Pops has some good stuff. She does a lot more with Vox Edit if you're going to be getting into that. And I haven't watched too many other people's. Of course, there should be lots of really good tutorials. In fact, the Sandbox game itself has some very, very introductory tutorials that are very short, just a couple of minutes each, and they have a big playlist of them. And I would encourage that you look through all those. That would like be your maybe your first introduction if you are really, really new. But then check out this guy Cyber Dragon right here. Videos. This guy has some really good stuff. I've learned a lot, and it's very detailed. So this is pretty advanced stuff, at least some of the things. Random number generator, dice mechanics, and how that works. Parenting objects inside the Sandbox Game Maker. Just a ton of other things in here that I've seen could be pretty complex. Save and restore points for big experiences, kind of like where where if you die at some point you can restore to a different teleport location. So really, really cool. Yeah. And he's got a lot of good things, but I would definitely suggest checking out some of the Cyber Dragon stuff. And I'm glad to see that he's putting out new videos. I haven't seen anything from him in the last couple of weeks, I guess, with Christmas and all that kind of thing. But definitely I would subscribe to this guy. He's good. Absolutely. I don't know everything about the game, of course. I'm just probably like you, but maybe a month or two ahead of where you're at now. But I have been reading up a lot and paying a lot of attention. So if you do have other questions or anything like that, feel free to ask. I don't know if you care to hang out with us in chat for a little bit more now, or if you're excited to get started on your own build. I know that was super exciting for me. But if you are going to head on out, then make sure you subscribe and you can see the next time we go live. And if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer questions for you in the future as well. Endo, hey, how you doing, man? Glad to see you back. How has your day been? Let's see. So I'm waiting for chat messages. If anyone has any questions, I'm going to get back to work. So I think one of the things that I'm doing today, we had that big giveaway yesterday, and I realized that I am not as organized as I wanted to be for that. And one of the things that I realized last night is someone sent me a message saying, hey, is the giveaway over yet? And it was over. This was probably about 3 hours after it ended. And so then I got really worried. I was like, oh my goodness, I checked his Discord messages and this guy had sent in the proper screenshots. And so then I was getting worried, like, oh no, this guy did everything he needed to do. He has the pass, he has the game pass, he has the screenshots that he needed to win. Did I not send this guy his sand tokens yesterday? Did I accidentally miss him? Or even worse, did I send someone else his tokens thinking, like I had copied and pasted the wrong address or something, thinking it was him? So I had to go in and check. And what that made me realize is that I don't have really good information if someone were to say, hey, I didn't get the tokens, where did they go? And again, any number of things could have happened, right? Someone could be trying to scam me, and I've got to be aware of that. So we want to verify that those transactions did actually happen on the blockchain. It could have been a legitimate mistake from me where I thought I was sending the crypto to one specific person and I copied and pasted a different person's wallet address, and so somebody got two, or somebody else that wasn't supposed to get some got theirs instead. And so I need to go and verify, oh, did I send it to the right person? And it kind of stuck with me right then, or kind of shocked me that maybe I need to be a little bit more prepared, I guess is the word I'm looking for, and saving these transaction IDs, because of course this allows me to see that from my address to their address we sent the 11 sand and the date that it was sent and all that kind of stuff. And so having those transaction IDs is really helpful for just verifying that I did everything right the other day, and doesn't get me into a position where I'm like, oh no, I don't know what I did. So so one thing I'm trying to do here is, for everyone that I sent tokens to yesterday, I want to be creating a little information for myself. So I've got the address that I sent to and the transaction ID, just to follow up with that. And maybe one thing I even want to add there is that I sent 11 tokens. So the amount, or what I sent, maybe we'll shorten this a little bit, because I feel really weird in a way. I'm very unsettled with everyone spamming their addresses everywhere, right? Because, like, for me, as an example, my address has where is it here? This OpenSea? No, it's something different. So I guess we can do it from here. So if we come up to like my NFT collection as an example, I guess we can just come here to profile, right? So all of these items are showing up under my wallet address. And of course, anyone's wallet address will show what value they have in there. So you can see what people have. And I'm not necessarily sure that that's always a good thing, right? I suppose we could make different wallet addresses. Of course, anyone can have any number of wallet addresses, right? And so I suppose that we might put or give out certain wallet addresses if we wanted to obfuscate a little bit of what we had. But I can imagine that some people would not want everyone to know, especially like me as a streamer. I'm not necessarily sure I want people to know everything in my wallet. Not that there's anything incriminating in my wallet, but I'm just kind of thinking ahead, you know, what could that mean, or what would that mean in the future? But all of our wallet addresses are public, and that's kind of what I'm getting at right here. And in a way, I'm not sure that I want to, I don't know if even displaying a wallet address would be considered doxing anyone. But, you know, as an example, if someone sees a wallet address up here and they say, oh, let's check that wallet address out, and then they see something, I don't know what that would be, in someone else's wallet that would be problematic. Endo, what have you been up to today? So anyway, that's a little bit of me just kind of doing work and all this kind of stuff. But let's hear from y'all. So I've got some viewers in chat. What have you been up to today? So I think I'm done with this address, and I'm just going to close that out because I can always look it back up from the transaction ID. Let's see. I think I also want to put in my spreadsheet the kind of the date that it was given. And so this was the giveaway from last weekend, which was the what? January the 2nd. So 1/2/2022. Wow, 2022 already, guys. That last year seems just flown by. All right, let's check out. So that's the contract address for the sand token on Polygon. I'll tell you what, let me even... So this is, yeah, there we go. I'm just going to copy this for myself as well, because I need to get that information. I'm going to put this right there for myself as a way to remember that. Hey Rob, are you still there? Do you want to do you want me to make you rich? Want me to get you started in your next investment that's going to make you a billionaire? Let's see. Close out that window. Still here. Nice. I wonder, see, I see that you're on Twitch. I wonder if I can change something. I think you're like on a, I think y'all up there on Twitch are a low make me rich, but all I can do invest time. Endo, do you have, are you staking? So I'm going to show my friend Rob here how to do staking through Sandbox on the Polygon network. Have you started that already yourself? So Rob, what we're going to do, what I'm going to show you here is how to do what's called staking. And you can kind of think of the general concept of this is that we are going to put those 10 sand tokens that you won the other day into kind of like a money management fund, or kind of like a money market that's going to be earning you daily interest. And right now the interest rates on it are actually pretty insane. So Endo, I'm not sure what kind of APR you're getting for ADA and STX, but Sandbox stuff, I guess, and this isn't going to last forever, guys. So this is, and I'm not trying to hype anything up too much, but Sandbox right now is going through their alpha stage where they're trying to get everything ready. And because of that, they've got extra funds that they are throwing at certain things that they want people to do. And so Sandbox wants people to get into staking right now. And because of that, they have set aside a huge amount of sand tokens that they are giving out for the interest rates for staking their sand tokens, because they want to highly, highly encourage more people to do staking through the Sandbox, right? And so this opportunity that I'm talking about right at this minute is kind of limited to the next 3 weeks. So it was only going to be 4 weeks long, and I think we're already down 1 or maybe even 2 weeks now. 275 on STX. Okay, is that what you're doing right this minute? Because that is really good. I might have to talk to you about that then. Is that something that's going on right now, or is that just something that you've had in the past? So Rob, for you, what I'd like for you to do, since you're already pretty much all set up on this, is we are going to, what are we going to do? Make sure that you are on your MetaMask Polygon network. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that you've got 275% gains on something that you started a month and a half ago. I see. Yes, that is really good, actually. That's huge. What is STX? I could look it up, but I'm gonna try to help out someone else here at the moment. OK Coin has a 125% Miami coin pays. Oh, STX, interesting. Oh, so Endo, are you saying that in your previous message? Yeah, I think we might be off a little bit here. I don't know if you're saying that you got 25% on STX, or I mean 275% APR, or if you just got 275% on a 6-month average. Oh, okay. You started it a month and a half ago, but it is 275% is what you're saying, not just 275 coins. Yeah. That's really good. That's a good high percent. So if that's what you're getting there, I would definitely say stick with that for a while, sure. So Rob, for you, we're making sure that you're on the Polygon network, and then what I want to show you how to do is do a swap. What we're going to need to do, you've got 10 sand tokens, and those 10 sand tokens are worth about $60 or something. Let's go ahead and check on that real quick, and then we can do some math here. So if we go over to What is it? Is it Coin Watch? I think it's this. That's not it. Oh, I think it's Crypto Watch, maybe. It's this right here. Or QuickSwap. Yeah, we are going to use QuickSwap in a minute for this. So Crypto Watch is my favorite place personally to look at charts for stuff that's going on. And we can look at charts here. We can click on charts. And then we could put in the thing that we're looking for. And let's just say that I want to look at Sand tokens. And Binance is generally a good place to look at Sand. But let's look at Sand based on USD something, like either USDT or USDC. It looks like most of the stuff is going to be USDT. And we want to look for the highest volume here. So Binance has 32 million, which is probably going to be the most. And all these other things I see in the thousands, and I don't see anything nearly as high. There's something pretty high on FTX. They're getting up there too. Wow. But at this point, it looks like 32 million Sand USD on Binance. Looks like the chart that we want to look at the most. So I'll just click on this, and we can see then a little bit here. And we don't need this. We can close out that window. We can see what Sand's been doing. And I'm going to look at the last 4-hour chart just to do a little search here. But really all we care about right here at the moment is the current USD value of about $5.70 for this. And then we can also take another look. I'm going to open up another tab for it here. I generally like to keep Sand open, and I'm also going to look at, and Rob, if you're thinking that I'm wanting you to follow along with me on this right now, no, we just want to check something, and then I can give you a little bit more information. So we also want to check Matic, which is the Polygon token, compared to USD, probably T also. And again, Binance probably has the biggest with 65 million. So we'll go ahead and select that. And here we can see it's $2.43. Well, that's pretty close to half. If we multiply that by 2, we're getting $4.80. It's not, it's a little, Sand is still a little bit more than that. Did something happen to Matic recently? Matic looks like it's going pretty much in step with Sand right now. So that's fine. Interesting. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to check out your Sand and your Matic. And right now it looks like there's about 2 Matic tokens for every Sand token in value that you have. And so there's going to be some math involved, and I don't even know if we want to hassle with that too much. But let's say that you've got 10 Sand. And if that Sand is currently worth $5.69, then we can say equals B7 times D7. Gives us the value that you have in Sand tokens right at the moment. And then we'll do the same thing for Matic. And I don't think that you have got any Matic. And that Matic is currently at 243. So we can see what you've got there. And what we want to do is we want to have an equal value for Matic and Sand going into the liquidity pool. And so one of the things you can do, if you don't have any Matic right now, then the math is a little bit easier. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to take half of your value of sand and move that over to Matic, which will probably give you a little more than twice the number of Matic coins that you have. And so first let me ask, Rob, when we were looking at the faucets a little while ago, did you actually get some Matic, like maybe even 0.01 or even a tiny bit of Matic already? Let me ask that, because I think to do these swaps, you will need at least a tiny bit of Matic. And then what I'd like for you to do is, if you wanted to come back over to the Atlantis Metaverse URL that I gave you earlier, if you still got that pulled up, or if you don't have that pulled up, what we really want to do is we want to look at QuickSwap. QuickSwap.exchange. And if you don't have that pulled up at all, you could just do a Google search for QuickSwap. And just verify that the one that you're going to is QuickSwap.exchange. And then just hop over there. And I'll give you a moment to get here. So I'll wait for you in chat. I'm going to see if there's a way that I can speed up the delay here on Twitch, so y'all don't have a 20-second delay. I'm not sure if I can do that or not, but we'll see what I can do. Let's see. I've got disconnection protection turned on. I don't think I've got mature content. I do have low latency turned on, which says is best for near real-time interaction with viewers. But it still seems like we might be delayed some amount of time. You tried all three faucets. The first one gave you something, but I don't see it in my wallet. That's interesting. And Rob, are you saying that you don't see it in your wallet on your MetaMask Polygon? So if you've got MetaMask and you're on the Polygon, you're saying that, do you see the word Matic with 0, or you don't see Matic down here at all? And then if that's the case, if you see a 0 down here and you do see Matic, then what happens if you come over to the Ethereum network? Do you see a Matic option in here? And one thing that I could do, we'll wait for you on that, because I don't want to go off on tangents if you don't need that. Matic is $0, it's $0, but I mean, maybe there is actually some coins there, right? So if you're looking at Polygon Network, so Matic is like a super tiny fractions of pennies type of a coin, and you don't need a lot of that to do things. And so the dollar amount is going to be really small. So it wouldn't surprise me that you have $0. But notice that I have 0.06 Matic. So I guess the next thing that I'll ask is, when you're putting a $ in front of that, okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. because this is not dollars at all. This number that I'm showing on the screen right now is 0.068. That's not 6 cents. It's not $0.06. This is 0.0683 Matic, which is actually a tiny fraction of a penny. Yeah. So you have 0 coins in both. So that's interesting. It's possible that for the faucet to send you money, there was one final step that you had to do to confirm, and maybe that didn't get confirmed properly in time or something. So what I would suggest is that you go back to the Darlanted faucets and just try to do each one of those again. I'm not sure that I can do it myself because I've got Matic tokens already in my wallet, and really this is meant for people that don't have Matic in their wallet already. So it's possible that they would look in your wallet, see if you have something, and then not give you anything if you do already have something. And even if that's not the case, I wouldn't want to abuse the service. While you're doing that, I'm going to continue on with this little bit of math on the spreadsheet that we're trying to look at here. So one of the things that I'm going to want us to do eventually is switch out. And actually, come to think of it, the way that we're going to do it today, I don't actually think we're going to need to do any math, so maybe it doesn't matter. Because we're just going to divide your sand in half, switch half over to Matic, and then we can put that to the liquidity pool. First thought it's saying is it will give you 1 Matic token. That is perfect. Love it. So go ahead and accept that. It might, and probably will, pop up a MetaMask verification screen that says, do you want to connect your wallet? Do you confirm that you're, going to interact with this website and so on? And so just make sure that you are selecting to confirm that it's okay and all that kind of good thing. And there might be 1 or 2, or possibly even 3, but I doubt that many, confirmation screens that pop up. I'm going to continue working with my spreadsheet a little bit while you're working on that. So Rob, while I'm doing this, keep trying each of those faucets until you actually see that you've got some, some amount of Matic. Even if it's a fraction of something, that'll be fine. We just need some little piece of Matic in there. Oh, let's see. No MetaMask pop-up. It says request is submitted. Tokens will be transferred in 1 to 2 minutes. Fantastic. In the meantime, let me suggest that we don't delay any longer with this, and that you try those other 2 faucets as well. Just in case the first one doesn't succeed or something like that, just go ahead and try the other 2 and see if you can get a little something from there too. see, I sent 10 sand to this person yesterday. Probably don't need that right there. Trying the second faucet now, very good. All right, 8C8, it's done. Six AE. Alright, mac and cheese faucet is offline. Bummer. That's too bad. That was the first one that gave me something. And that's why I kind of have a list of them. You could also end up doing a Google search for more if you really wanted. I don't think you need to. What about the second faucet? You said you tried that. Did you seem to have success with that one? So one of the things that I will mention about this, you know, anything with cryptocurrency, you got to be a little bit cautious of, these random websites that you find online. So just again, if any of y'all are new out there, just be a little careful. So if you're doing a search, if you're looking up faucets to say, hey, I'm going to try to get a little bit of free cryptocurrency or whatever, and you're looking up a faucet for whatever that is, we've got Matic.supply, this mac and cheese, this Polygon faucet, and there could be a bunch of other things as well, right? So here's get free Matic from PairDrop or PairZap. Here's some other kind of, Firebird finance. I would be very, very cautious of a lot of these. I mean, some of them might actually work, might be fine, but there's also, I've heard of scams where people, hey, I'm going to get some free crypto, and they click on one of these things, and it ends up asking for their login credentials or passwords or their 12-word passphrase or something, and ultimately ends up taking their cryptocurrency from them, and that's not a good thing. So you really want to make sure that you're dealing with reputable websites. Not everyone out there is open and honest about things, right? So these three that I've researched, and I spent quite a bit of time researching these, are the ones that I like, and they're fortunately the first ones that get pulled up. But I've seen Google ads, I've seen some people, some companies or scammers take out advertising space at Google, and then oftentimes those ads come up right at the top, and those ads then are to the scammers' websites. So definitely don't be clicking on any ads, and that's usually what comes up first. But then even up here, you still want to research all these. And mac and cheese sounded really fishy to me. I did some more lookups. It did turn out that it was okay. A bunch of people said it was fine. But then, of course, if the faucet runs out, if it's not being supplied, then too many people are using it and draining it, then eventually there won't be anything left in there. So Matic Supply, the mac and cheese, and the faucet Polygon technology are three that I've looked into myself, and that's why I have them on this page for you, Rob, and just personal friends of mine that I've already done the research on this stuff here, and I feel safe with those links. For anyone else that's just watching the stream, if you don't know me, it's never a good idea to click on links that somebody's giving you. So I wouldn't expect that just random people who don't know me trust these. But I've known Rob for a long time, so he'll be fine with those links. Let's see. You're also here saying that the second faucet has said sending for the last few minutes, but you don't see anything successful. That is possible. I seem to remember that for mine, it took quite a while, and I was kind of worried as well. Not really worried, because you're not paying anything for this service. They're giving you free crypto. So, but I was worried that I was not going to be able to do my transaction because I needed to have a tiny bit of Matic to even get started. And that's one of the weird things about some of this cryptocurrency stuff, is to make some transactions or to do some activities, you need a little bit of what's called gas fee, and so the Polygon network uses Matic token as its gas to make things happen, to make transactions happen over the Polygon network. So of course we want to be interacting with the Sand token, and so we're going to need some Matic token to do things with Sand. And it doesn't have to be a lot. And so some nice people out there are giving us these free faucets to get a tiny little bit of Matic just to make our initial transactions that can then get us a lot more. Let's see. You're saying that you've refreshed MetaMask, and you're still at 0. Interesting. And of course, it's been the 2 minutes from that too, right? You know what, Rob? I wonder if, remember early on we were adding a couple of tokens that came out with 0 amounts because we had the wrong contract addresses. I wonder if we've got the wrong contract address in there for the Matic thing as well. Like maybe we added that for you in some kind of a way that was not right. So tell you what, let's do for you real quick. Let's check this out. So we're going to go to Polygon scan, and here's the sand token. What if I choose the Matic token? Let's see if I can do that here. Just look for Matic token. And so this is the Matic token. And I'm going to assume that this is on the Matic network as well, or the Polygon Matic network as well. So let's try this, Rob. Let me give you another link to something here. Try this. And so when you go to that URL, you should pull up a screen like what I'm seeing here, and you have got this contract address over here. That's the huge amount of zeros, and then it's 1010. Go ahead and copy that address. And I'm also noticing that the number of decimals here is also 18, which is going to be important for us. But copy this contract for the Matic token, come back over into your MetaMask, make sure you're on the Polygon network, Polygon mainnet, and if you're not, make sure you select it. And then down at the bottom, just like we've done before, you want to import tokens. So after you've gotten import tokens, you'll go to custom token again. You'll paste that token in there. And this does not look good for me because I should already have the Matic token in there. And so it should be telling me you've already got it. So maybe this isn't going to work for you either, but I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. It says Matic, so the token symbol should be Matic. The decimals should be 18. And I'm going to add custom token. It comes up with some strange thing here, but look, it does show my correct balance of 193 Matic. So I think now that will actually work for you. And then we can say import tokens. And so as we look here, I've got this strange icon for it, but it is showing me my proper Matic total. So let's try that for you. Let's import this new token with this long string of zeros with the ending in 1010. Put all that other stuff in there. The token name is Matic. The decimal is 18. Import that token. And even though you've got a strange icon for it, then it still should show your total. All right, while you're working on that, I'm going to get back to what I was doing here. I think I'm needing the transaction ID for this next. Bill Zero Matic. All right. Tell you what I'm going to do for you. Send me your wallet address. Just paste your wallet address here in the chat, and I will send you a little bit of Matic from me personally. Yeah, it's possible that the faucets are no longer functional. It's always possible. Or it could be just that it's taking its own sweet time. It's the least I can do. I was hoping that a faucet would work for you. I mean, I don't have any problem sending you some Matic at all. It would have been quicker, right? Hey, Mua, how you doing, man? Great to see you here, man. I'm helping my friend Rob step through Emerald Blood, which we saw yesterday. I'm helping step him through doing some staking for sand right now. And I'm also looking up I'm doing a little bit more with the weekly winners that we had. So as I was saying, Rob, it would have been quicker for me just to send you some Matic in the first place. And I thought about doing that. But then, I really do believe in teaching people how to, solve problems on their own. And if you could learn or if you could see a faucet in action and just recognize that you can go up to certain faucets and put in your wallet address and you can get a little bit of tokens from that, then I think that would be very beneficial for you and even for other people that are watching the stream besides that. But if they're not working today, I definitely want to get you started on this, and so I definitely don't mind. Do you mind if I send you a link directly instead of posting it here? Absolutely. Yeah, send it to me on Discord. That would be good. We're connected in Discord, which might be an easy place, or if you've got my Gmail stuff handy or whatever, that's fine too, but Discord's probably easy enough for you. Let's see here. And I'm going to guess that you want me to send this to you off stream. I mean, yeah, off of the live stream. So let's see. Or did you want me to show you what I'm doing? Again, the wallet address is not really, it's not really too big of a deal. I mean, like I said, mine is posted everywhere. Going to sleep, Moa? Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Hope you have some good rest. Like Rob, just so you are aware, you notice every time I come to this screen, there's my address sitting, right there. Every time I come to this screen, and when I do things like coming into here, there's a part of my address right there. And if I was to come to account details, then of course it shows up there too, right? So the account number itself is something that you would share with anyone who wanted to give you something. So it's not really a private thing necessarily, although sometimes people might want to keep it private. So if you do, that's fine. But certainly I can see that some people might not want to share either a specific address, like if you had $1 million in your wallet address, you might not want to share that, right? So people can see, oh wow, this dude's got $1 million in his wallet. But also there's a lot of stuff going on, at least right now, where people are just sending out their wallet addresses everywhere, and no one is complaining at all that that's problematic. But I don't want to I'll do with it. I'll do whatever you want there, man. If you feel uncomfortable with it, we'll do it off stream. But if you do want to see how I'm going to send you some crypto so you can maybe learn that as well, I'm happy to do it on stream so you can see how I'm sending it to you. Totally up to you. Plus, I think we've only got 2 viewers here anyway. And this is going to be like a 6-hour stream, so I really doubt that anyone in the future is going to come and sit through 6 hours of this and then be that worried on some random dude's address over the internet. I think you're saying that's fine. I just wanted to double check. All right, well, let's do it. Let's do it here so you can see that in action. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my MetaMask and I'm going to go over to the Polygon network, make sure that I'm there, since that's what I want to send to you, is some of this 193 Matic that I've got right there. And so if you want to send some cryptocurrency or something to someone else, you can do the same thing, whether it's in your Polygon network or your Ethereum. You can see your tokens there. I'm going to click on send next. And then here, I've got some addresses that I've sent to recently. And so if you have some addresses for your family or friends that you don't want to keep having to remember, you can save those in a contact list. So I'm going to just put that address here, and then that's who I'm going to send it to. And then what do I want to send? And I have my choice of Matic or Block or Sand tokens or any of this kind of stuff. And of course, you saw me doing this a little bit yesterday, where I was sending Sand tokens. But today, I'm going to send you a little bit of Matic. And I'm also going to send you, let's say I'm going to send you 2 Matic, which is quite a bit more than you're going to need. But that should be plenty. And if we take a look over here on this page, you can see that each Matic token right now is about $2.40. So really, I'm only sending you about $5 worth of stuff here. So it's not too big of a deal. Oops. Let's go back over here. And this 2 tokens of Matic, you'll be able to use that for quite a few transactions, because the Matic transactions on the Polygon network take very little amount of Matic to do the transactions. So then we're just going to say next. And here we're sending 2 Matic. And here it talks about the gas fees. So if you are curious about this, me sending you that money right there, or that cryptocurrency, is going to take some gas fee. And that, again, as I described a little bit earlier to you, is just a little fee for the transaction to actually take place, because what happens is something has to keep a track that I'm sending you money and that you have that certain amount of value in your wallet, right? And so what that turns out to be is a bunch of computers running globally worldwide in this decentralized network, right? Even people like you and me could be running some of these computers that maintain this decentralized network of computers that keep this keep track of who has how much money. It's not centralized. It's not in a central bank or a centralized company. Nobody specifically owns this, which is one of the reasons that a lot of us love cryptocurrency, is because there's not one company that can get shut down. There's not one government. There's not one bank or anything like that. And so the as we're sending these transactions across the world, even then the regular guys like you and me who are maintaining those computers, they need to get a little bit of fees because, of course, it takes electricity to run their computers and all that kind of stuff. And so we're giving them a little bit of fee right here. And look at this. If you know that one Matic token is worth $2.43, this is 0.003 Matic for this transaction to be sent. So a tiny amount of money it's costing us to send any amount of money to each other across the internet this way, right? So we do kind of want to verify that something hasn't gone totally crazy and we're spending more than we think. So we want to verify our gas fee estimate, and that might not be exactly right. Notice it says estimated gas fee. It just depends on when we click the confirm button what the gas prices are, because gas prices are fluctuating every second based on how many people are trying to use the network, right? So if a billion people are trying to all send transactions at the same time, those transactions have to be managed by certain people's computers, then it's kind of like supply and demand. If we're demanding a ton of transactions to happen at any given moment, then the suppliers, the guys who are running the system, are going to take the transactions first that are giving them the most rewards. Anyway, we don't really need to worry about all that right now, but you'll notice that every now and then this thing kind of flashes and resets itself, and that's because this price is slightly changing every few seconds based on what the current transaction fee is. So we take a look at that first, and we see, yep, that looks like it's proper. It's just a tiny fraction of a Matic, and that's great. So my total amount that I'm sending is the 2 that I'm sending to you, plus the transaction fee that I'm sending as well, and everything looks good. So I'm going to click on send, and now I've got a pending transaction to your address, and it just needs to get picked up by one of those other computers out there that's managing the network. And here's a speed up button, which is kind of like what I was saying. The gas prices, I mean, we're spending such a tiny fraction of money to have someone send our transaction. It's still perfectly in line with what other people are sending, but if we wanted ours to go faster than other people's, if we wanted to skip the line, skip the wait, and have our transaction happen first, then we could speed it up and we could increase the amount of gas that we're adding to that transaction. And then those regular guys like you and me out there, oh, there we go, confirm transaction. And now it's confirmed and it's not pending anymore. We have the ability to throw a little bit more gas money at those people, as it were, and have them take our transaction a little quicker. But that should be it. And now you should be able to go and take a look at your MetaMask under your assets, and you should see that you've got a little bit of Matic in there now. When you do, when you've confirmed that, let me know, and I'll take you to the next step of doing some staking. You have 2 Matic. That was fast. There you go. So what we want to do at this point is we want to open up the website for QuickSwap. I'm going to encourage that you just go to Google and do QuickSwap, probably just by itself. If you want to come back to my Darlantis, if you trust the links here, there is already the link right there for QuickSwap under decentralized exchanges. You want to make sure for this one you're choosing this QuickSwap. It should be quickswap.exchange. And again, because we're dealing with cryptocurrency in your wallets, you just want to double check that you are at the website up here, quickswap.exchange. If you're not at a screen that looks like this, which shows that we are about to do a swap, then up here you should be able to click on swap, and you should see that it's going to allow you to swap something around. When we are seeing the screen, you're going to come over here to Matic, the top item. You're going to pull this drop down menu, and you should see the tokens that you have some value in right up here at the top. So I've got block, I've got sand, I've got Ethereum right here, and everything below that should be zeros. But if you have other tokens that have values in here, go ahead and let me know, because I'd be kind of curious if you got some extra value in tokens that you're not seeing on that list yet. Screen's identical to mine. All right, perfect. And I see that mine just now is getting updated for some reason. Let me come back in here again. Not sure why my stuff is spinning. But ultimately what we want to do is we want to select sand. So if you can see sand in there, go ahead and click on that. And then now it should say sand tokens for you. I think it should show you the balance up here that you have. Mine seems to be doing a little weird thing with the spinning. Oh, there it is, finally. I'm going to click on sand again. And so here we have sand, and notice that it says the balance up here. And that's how much sand you've got. And you should have 10 sand, I guess. So then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to come over here to the amount that you want to swap, and we're going to swap half of it. So if you wanted to do staking, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to have half of our value in sand and the other half in Matic tokens. So we're going to switch 5 of those, or half of those, from sand to Matic. And so you can plug in Matic as your second one, and it should show you that when you swap 5 sand tokens, because sand is a little bit more than twice as expensive as Matic, it should end up swapping those 5 sand tokens for 11.6 or something like that Matic. And then you can click on swap. And I'm not going to do this right here myself because I don't need to swap those sand tokens. But you should go ahead and do it, and then you should see in your wallet, if you come back to your MetaMask, and again, when you click on confirm, you might get a pop-up from MetaMask asking, do you want to give authorization to do that? And you'll just click confirm and go through all that as well. And then when you come back to your MetaMask and Polygon network, you should see that now you've got 5 sand, and then what, maybe 13 Matic, something like that. The 2 that I gave you plus a little bit more, or it might be 12.9 something if a little bit was spent. We have some people hanging out here. Hey, Ray Darky. Say hi to you as well. All right, let's get back to the stuff here. Pending approval, very good. And so the pending approval is, I think something that is waiting for you now swapping. Perfect. Great. Yeah, that's probably MetaMasks. You're just waiting for you to give approval for MetaMask. So now it's swapping, and when all that's done, again, come back to here and let me know that you've got 5 sand left, and you've got 11, 12, 13 Matic or something like that. Success. There you go. Awesome. So now what I'd like for you to do is come to your Sandbox game screen. If you need to log back into Sandbox, go ahead and do that. Sandbox.game is where you want to be. And in the upper right, you will click on the little profile picture. You might have it blank right now. But click on the little profile picture up here and choose staking. Oh, I see that it's going to give us an error right here. Could not open. That's possible. And that's because this screen right now, I think, is kind of set up that it requires that you be on the Ethereum network. So come back up to your MetaMask and switch over from Polygon back to Ethereum mainnet. And once MetaMask shows as Ethereum network, then you can come back to the Sandbox screen, click on your profile picture and choose staking again. I'm going to refresh the page here. And once you've done that, then you're going to see an option for you to choose the Polygon mainnet and mSand and Matic to set up your liquidity. And so we'll choose this little drop down arrow on the right hand side. And what we want to do is we want to deposit some liquidity. So we'll click on the deposit. And over here on the right hand side, we see that we have no liquidity pool tokens yet. And that's what we need to deposit, is these LP liquidity pool tokens. It's a mixture of the sand and the Matic tokens that is kind of going to allow other people to trade those. And they're borrowing, it's kind of like they're borrowing our tokens. We're allowing them to borrow our tokens for their trading, and we're going to get some interest paid to us for that. As far as I know, there's no real way to lose this money, so it's not like you are risking something any more than just to keep it in cryptocurrency. Of course, if the value of Sand token goes down, or if the value of the Matic token goes down, then you've decreased your value in those things, right? I got ahead of you? Okay. Do we need to back up a little bit? I will back up a little bit and I'll run through some of this again. So we wanted to go to sandbox.game website in general. It's going to open up the screen here. We're going to choose our little profile picture. It might be blank for you. Then we're going to choose staking. And after staking, it might have you do something with MetaMask, but probably not. And then on the staking page, you're going to find the Polygon mSand Matic section down here at the bottom. And on the right hand side, there's a little down arrow that will open up. Once we open up that little down arrow, then we will choose deposit. And hopefully you were far enough along that all that kind of made sense. You got it. If not, I'll just kind of wait for you right here. You don't have the, oh, okay. It's an approve button. Yeah, so click on approve. Since you haven't done any of that yet, then I do remember that you will have to click on the approve first. And I think that the approve is going to pop up a MetaMask authorization confirmation that's saying, hey, MetaMask is saying, do you want to allow this thing to happen? And you'll just confirm or agree or whatever. Yeah, I wish we could get Discord working because there's, like I said, that 20 or 30-second delay is a killer, ain't it? Tell you what, do you have Google or Gmail? Because a few days ago I was experiencing problems with somebody else in Discord, and I was able to have a verbal chat with them through Google Hangouts. I went ahead and sent to the Discord my email address, a Gmail. And if you want to start a Google Hangouts with me or a voice chat through Google, that might be a little better as well. However, I'm just now remembering that even though my voice is going to be up with yours, which will be good, if you're still watching the stream itself will still be 20 or 30 seconds behind. But it still might be a little bit easier because then I can just step you through the things verbally, and that would probably work just as well. There we go. Hey, can you hear me? Hangouts allow. Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, hang on a second. I can barely hear you.
Okay. How's that?
No, I think it's on my end. I need to turn my speakers up.
Ah, okay. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you through my phone. Can you hear me?
Well, it sounds like you're on an echo now.
All right, hang on one second.
Can you hear me? I can hear you now.
All right, hang on a second. I can barely hear you.
Okay. How's that?
No, I think it's on my end. I need to turn my speakers up.
Ah, okay. Sounds like we've got some kind of strange stuff happening.
Can you hear me?
Well, it sounds like Tell you what, Rob, it might actually be my issue over here. It might be because I'm on stream and I've got my desktop audio set up, and so the things that I'm hearing from you were being repeated through the stream again. Can you still hear me at the moment? So I can't hear you. Let me see if I can turn this up. Can you, so say
Yeah,
something.
bear with me a second.
Oh, there we go. Let's see, now I'm concerned about that ringing. Are you trying to call me again?
No, I was just testing the sound. It's still not working properly.
Uh, but you can hear me now, obviously.
It's very muffled though. Hang on, just I gotta
Let
figure
me
this out somehow.
let me try something else as well. Can you hear me better now?
No, it's definitely my speakers, but I'm having some issues getting them turned up.
Gotcha.
Why is this not working?
While you're getting that figured out, I will continue to work on my little spreadsheet here. Just chime in whenever you need me to test the audio or anything.
All right, how about now?
I can hear you, and I guess you're trying to check me.
Yep, I got it finally.
Yay!
Now I hear you fine.
Perfect. Okay, so let's get back to the staking screen, all right? And you're saying that you have the little down arrow, and so you've clicked on the little down arrow, and now do you have a button for deposit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, click on deposit. And then over on the right-hand side, we are looking for LP, available LP, liquidity pool tokens. And right now you have 0.
Correct.
And underneath that, it says, how do you get liquidity? And there's a couple of little links there, but there's a button that we can click for add liquidity. So go ahead and click on that button for add liquidity.
Okay.
And it's going to pull up another screen for us. It's going to automatically connect back to QuickSwap for us to do something. It's possible that right at this minute, you might have a MetaMask pop-up that asks for confirmation to switch your network over to the Polygon network. You might not see that. That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Yeah. And then so what we need to do for adding liquidity is we need to add the same amount of value, dollar value, for Matic and Sand, which is going to be 2 different numbers of tokens. So I would say go down to the Sand part and put the number 5. And for me, that pops up to be 11.6 Matic, right?
Yes.
And so at this point, down at the bottom, it probably says connect wallet, or maybe your wallet's already connected.
Mine says to supply.
Okay, supply. Then go ahead and click on that.
And it says I will receive 7.5 Matic Sand pool tokens.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and switch over my network to the Polygon network, and I'm going to kind of step through this as well myself on stream, just so other people can see this as well. So now I've got supply now that I'm on the Polygon network, and I've got my Matic and Sand. I'll click on supply. I'm also going to receive an additional 7 I'm going to say confirm supply. And if you haven't confirmed, then you could do that now. For me, it pops up a MetaMask confirmation screen, which I will go ahead and just verify that it is near the top. It is telling me that it's going to try, it is connecting to quickswap.exchange. And so I just want to make sure that I'm about to confirm the proper website and we don't have some scammer trying to come in. So quickswap.exchange. I see that the amount is proper. I see that the estimated gas fees looks pretty low. And so then we'll just say confirm.
Okay. Submit it so I can close this.
Yep. And then we can come back to the Sandbox game screen where we should soon see
The
LP pop up in there.
7.5.
Yep. I'm going to refresh this screen here myself. And if you have 7.5 already showing up in yours, then right underneath that in the red box, just go ahead and click on the max button. And that should bring 7.5. And then down at the very bottom on the right hand side should be a big blue button for deposit.
Yep.
And then so click on that.
Another MetaMask confirm.
Yep. You'll probably have that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing should probably have, it should say something in on your Sandbox screen that now you have the total deposits of 7 point something Matic Sand LP is deposited.
Not quite. Maybe I should refresh.
Yeah, and I think I got stuck somewhere in here too. My thing's still pending.
No, nothing yet.
Nothing yet? That's
No.
seems a little odd. That should have happened right away, or at least pretty quick.
Oh, I see up top. No, that's different. Never mind.
So, do you have anything else to do on for the deposit part of that? You clicked on deposit, and is there any other part of that saying waiting or pending anything?
Nope. I had to do my MetaMask confirmation, and that was it. It said pending, and then pending went away.
Okay. So let's go back up to your MetaMask screen or your login for MetaMask, and then over on activity. So make sure you're on the Polygon network for MetaMask, and then go under activity.
I have a new token now.
Ooh, you have
It's the 7.5 Uni-V2.
Very nice, very nice. Yep, that's what you've got. And if you go under activity on the right hand side, near the top of your list of tokens on the right hand side, it should say activity. And then when I click there, I see that I've got a pending transaction. Do you have anything pending?
Let's see. Yeah, 1 and 2 stake.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So it looked
It's processing now.
okay.
It hasn't done it yet. Yeah, I have the speed up button as well.
Yeah. I would say don't spend the extra money to speed it up unless there's some reason that you really are, trying to get something urgent. Just let it take its time. Some of these things might take a couple of minutes, and again, generally there's not a specific urgency with these, and so we can just let that kind of hang out there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Already.
So what this is going to do, if it wasn't clear before, it probably was, but this is going to, start investing. And if you come back over to the Sandbox staking screen, you can see that right in there, it says that there's $123 million worth of staking going on right now from a bunch of different people. And right next to that is the APR. It looks to me like it's 121.07% APR right now.
That's what I have.
So that's going to start accumulating in your little wallet right here pretty quick. And so over on the uh, right hand side of the screen, you'll see earnings. And right now my earnings here is 77.03. And every hour, I mean, you could check in on that and you'll see it slowly climbing up. Of course, the more money you put in here, the faster it'll climb, right?
Sure.
But I wouldn't expect that you're gonna to dump a bunch of money in here or anything like that. But if you can, if you've got an extra $100 for Christmas, as an example, then you might consider it, because I don't know what else you're gonna do with $100 where you'd be getting 120% APR returns on that money, right? But if you need, if you're a little unsure right now about, well, I don't even know if I want to put $100 into this thing, and certainly I would not recommend putting any money in here that you couldn't afford to lose. So
Right.
if things are really tight and you're on a budget, and then I wouldn't worry about it. But if you've got a little bit of extra money, $100 in there, then that could be good. And then you can maybe after a month or two, that extra earning will be enough to take your wife out for a little extra dinner, right? Just from your earnings here. One thing that I've been wanting to do, and I may as well do it with you here, is crypto credit cards, right? Because one of the things that you were cutting out, I didn't catch that.
I heard you talk to Robin about that last night.
Yeah, I have not done much of anything with this yet, but I have been hearing more and more about it all the time. It's, going to be a Visa or MasterCard or something that is going to pull from a crypto account that you have to pay your credit card bill. But this sounds really nice to me because for the last 10 years or so, I mean, well, I started Bitcoin in 2013, so it's coming up on 10 years for me, is that we've had good access to playing around with our cryptocurrency, but to get it in and out, to put money into cryptocurrency is a little difficult, and to get money out to spend it, requires going through your Coinbase account or setting up something with a bank account so it gets pulled into your bank and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not really a big fan of that kind of thing too much, because again, that just gives you a single point of failure, and it could mean that somebody could block your access to it. So way long ago in the past, I've heard that banks were skeptical about cryptocurrency, and some banks were even closing their customers' accounts that had anything to do with cryptocurrency. That was crazy. I don't think anything like that is happening anymore, but some banks are definitely a little bit more worried about it. If people are moving in, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, they don't want to be in the middle of any kind of money laundering scheme or something, right? And so they're a little bit suspicious of that kind of thing. So these days, it would be nice to be able to have a separate credit card from any of your bank stuff or any of your normal thing that you could tie to a small cryptocurrency account. Doesn't even have to be like if you did end up having $10,000 in crypto at some point, then you might not want to attach all of that to an account that is linked with your credit card or this new credit card, but maybe a little bit. And it's possible to have multiple cryptocurrency accounts, wallet addresses, and then you could just give, just like I traded you, sent you a little bit of Matic, you would just send a little bit of whatever cryptocurrency to one of your other addresses that's linked with the credit card that you have. And so I'm looking here, I see a lot of stuff. Here's one for crypto.com. Crypto.com, by the way, is reputable, but I still am not going to trust clicking on any of these ads on here because, again,
Right.
I have heard that scammers are buying ad space and then they are giving fake URLs that look real. Like this is crypto.com. And I am 99% sure that crypto.com is the right place to go to. But what if it's really crypto.net or crypto.wallet or technology or something, you know?
If you scroll down a little bit further, there's a crypto.com, but it's not attached to it.
Yeah, yeah. And that is kind of what we're looking for right here. We could also, if we totally weren't sure about that, is we could do a little bit more Google searching just for crypto.com specifically, and we could see, like for example, crypto.com, or actually let's do something like crypto.edu as an example. So if we do crypto.edu, is there anything like that? And I do see something here. There is a crypto.edu.pl, but some of the things that I see here aren't really talking too much about that. But if we do crypto.com, we do say Google things that we might mean crypto.com, and then here we can see a lot of feedback from it. And even on the right hand side, it talks about the company crypto.com, not crypto.edu. So I would feel a little bit more safe with that. So here you can get a Visa card, it looks like. Tell you what, I'm going to step through this right now. Let's see what I've got to do. So preferred location, I'm going to select the United States. It says no annual fees. That sounds pretty good. Compare cards. And so if I'm looking at this, it looks like it's going to give, maybe there's some staking that this card is going to allow us to do also. That sounds pretty cool as well. And then there's different card tiers. So we could get as much as 8% APR, but that requires what, 400,000 USD. It's a little bit more than we want to do. But there's a ruby steel, there's a midnight blue that gives us back 1%, but it doesn't require any minimums. That could be kind of good. Ruby steel, maybe something around here. The Royal Indigo or the Ruby Steel would be the ones that I would want to do or feel comfortable telling other people to do. Card benefits. So here's some interesting card benefits for Airbnb and Spotify and so on. But it looks like the benefits there are just for the higher tiered cards. And I don't know if you do any of this stuff either, but look at this. 100% Spotify, 100% Netflix, Prime. Well, I wonder what that means. 100% what? 100% like return? I don't know what that is. And I don't want to take up a lot of your time for this necessarily, but one thing I did want to show you right here was it would be possible, if you start doing a little bit more with crypto, to get a new credit card that you can then pay off with your crypto. And that, I think, would give you a little bit more meaningful interaction with it, right? Than rather than just having, oh, it's some internet money that I see that's on the computer, but I never have any access to it, right?
Yeah.
You know, that isn't necessarily, or doesn't make it quite as good. And I've thought about setting up a credit card for myself, and because I really kind of want that anyway, not only for my own usage, but to just verify and show other people how to do it, because a lot of my friends are kind of in that same situation that I was just describing. They're like, well, that's all well and good. I'm glad you're, making money and all this kind of thing, but making additional cryptocurrency doesn't help me pay the mortgage or pay the rent or buy groceries, right? And of course, if you have a credit card attached to it, then yeah, instantly you would be able to buy your groceries, pay for gas, all that kind of stuff you could do with the credit card.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It looks like the transaction finally went through.
Your transaction has gone through?
Yep.
Awesome. So you should be able to come back to this screen here and see your earnings. And did you earn anything yet?
Or no, not yet.
Yeah. Again, with the amount that you have, so you had 10 sand tokens, which was about $66 or 60, oops, I'm sorry. Sand is a little bit less expensive today. Sand is running at $5.60. So your 10 sands tokens is worth about $56 right now. And remember, we divided that in half, but it's still a $56 value in total, right? So the liquid and I think you bought 11 or was it 7 LP tokens?
7.5.
It was what?
7.5.
7.5. Yeah, so that 7.5 liquidity pool tokens has a value of about $56, right? And
Yeah.
so,
Yep.
yeah. And then whatever that APR is, so it's like 120% APR. And if we look at that, well, I'm not going to do the math on it necessarily here, but it's going to be a few cents every day though. And so you should see that popping up and slowly growing over the next couple of days. And of course it will, I think that means it's going to take about 9 months to be double your money. Let's see here real quick. If we've got $56 and then we have $126% equals D15 times E15. So in 1 year, you'll have $70.56 additional besides the 56 you put in.
Right, and then you have compound interest, and it just keeps growing.
Well, you can compound it, but maybe I should show that to you right now. So right now, it's not compounding, right? So what's going to happen, and what I've started doing for myself, you see right now I've got 77 earned, and this is for, this is for a little bit of time that I have right here. So every now and then what I'll do is I'll come in here and I will claim this. So if you pull down your drop down, you should see that there's a claim button on the right hand side.
Mm-hmm.
And so depending on how much you have in there, I usually like to wait until I get up to maybe 100 tokens or 100 sand. But if you want to do less, it'll compound faster. And so maybe I would say at least if you've got 1 sand or 5, or I don't know how, let's just take a look here how many you're going to get in a day anyway. So if you're going to make $70.56 equals F15 divided by 365 days in a year, you're going to be getting let's do money. That can't be right. Did I do it wrong? Let me just double check this. Oh yeah, I put in the wrong number. It's F15, not 16. There we go. You're going to be getting about 19 cents a day of interest, right? So not a lot, but over a year, that's going to total up to be $7.56, right?
Sure.
And so if you wanted to compound it, then what you would do is you would probably wait, I would say wait a week, right? Because if you have that amount, so equals G15 times 7 days. So in a week, you're going to have $1.35 built up in there. And then what you could do with that is you could claim that. So just from your claim button that you see there, claim the tokens that you have, and then do the same thing again where we went to quick swap. You're going to divide your sand tokens that you've claimed in half, and then you're going to stake, or once you've divided them in half with Matic and sand, then you will stake again, or you'll go back in with the liquidity pool and you'll say, I'm going to buy LP tokens, and just like we did the whole thing again.
I see what you're saying now.
Yeah. So if you're not claiming, it's not compounding, but if you are claiming, then it is doing compound interest. Now, again, one thing that you might do, since you're only getting 19 cents a day for this, again, it's such a small amount, right? It's 56 dollars that you put in. But let's say that you had a little bit of extra money and you even put in $560 for something, then you're getting almost $2 a day or $13.50 in a week, right?
Yeah.
And that starts to add up a little bit. Again, you would have in a year that $560 would give you back an additional $705 in a year besides the 560 that's still sitting in there. And so that's starting to be a little bit more substantial. And when
Yeah.
you're talking about 13 additional dollars a week for doing nothing, right? You're just living your
Right.
life, doing your own thing. Then in a month, then that would be, I mean, that would be one free meal at a fancy restaurant with your wife, or just maybe a trip for something, or whatever you wanted to do there. Might not be too bad. If we had equals G15 times 30, then you're looking at about $60 a month is what you're going to be getting back from that if you were to feel confident enough to put $560 in there.
Yeah.
And you might not feel that confident today, but maybe in another week or two or something like that, that would be. But that is just the interest. That's not, it's just the interest alone. And
Right.
then, and then,
What you're showing me here is something that I've been wanting to learn,
mm-hmm.
so that I can show her what what kind of opportunity we have.
Yeah. A lot of times our significant others are very supportive of us, but sometimes, especially with things like cryptocurrency and all this kind of stuff, that's a very new technology and there's not a lot been out there. And there is some very technical things behind the scenes about it that sometimes even a lot of us don't understand normally. But when we can show, like, hey, I put this money in and look, it's gained this much value in a certain amount of time, then a lot of people can understand that a little bit easier, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And people don't necessarily need to understand all the technical stuff that makes it work. Like I have very little understanding of all the process of how electricity gets to my light switch. So when I turn on my light switch, the light comes on. I mean, in general, I know that there's transformers at work and there's an electrical grid and all this kind of stuff, but I don't know all of the scientific technical stuff that makes all that happen. And certainly most 10-year-olds wouldn't either, but a 10-year-old can certainly understand when I flip this switch, light comes on, and that's what I want to happen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so, as long as we can see that, hey, we put money into this account, and a week later we've got this much out that we can get out of the account, and especially if we attach a credit card to that as well, where we can buy groceries with that, then instantly it becomes something that just almost anybody can understand.
So based on your experience here with staking,
Hmm.
um, what has been like an average rate of return?
Well, um, I don't have a ton of experience with staking. I've known that it's been a thing for a while, and I guess I didn't really want to look into it. For many
I,
years, actually, I had taken a step back from cryptocurrency. What's that?
I meant in particular with this sandbox staking here
Oh,
that we're doing right.
the sandbox staking. So let's see. Let's go back to sandbox staking here. So you'll see that down here at the bottom of this is a orange sand ETH staking.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that the sandbox had about a month ago, and that's what I started staking with them with. And here the APR on that has been 76%, and that's kind of what I have been used to from them for the last month and a half maybe. So it's still been really good, right? It's still been a really good rate of return. It's not a lot of places that I can find here, but remember, we had someone in chat not too long ago. I forget who that was right off the bat. Was it Endo, or maybe it was here? Yeah. He was saying that he's been doing some staking and he's getting 275% APR
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
from this. and again, I haven't really, I know staking exists. And some of the staking, do you have a Coinbase account? Were you one of the friends that I helped get set up with Coinbase years ago?
Yes,
Yeah,
because of Bitcoin.
yeah, exactly. And so I have seen some things on Coinbase where they easily allow you to do some staking. All you've got to do is say, hey, I want to stake this coin here. I've got some stuff in Coinbase. And I think the APR on Coinbase is very minimal. Like it's 6% or something like that, a tiny fraction of what we're getting here. There are some other online cryptocurrency exchanges like Binance, and someone was really excited that they were getting, maybe 20% return rate on Binance. And I was like, well, I'm glad you're enjoying that, but I'm getting a lot more. And I was happy with 76%. And so my very limited knowledge from staking in general is that there's all kinds of ranges for it to be, but 76% seemed pretty high from the things that I had been seeing recently. And now, of course, here with this new staking through the Polygon network being 120%, then that seems so much better than the staking I'd been doing before. And of course, it wouldn't surprise me when someone out of the blue comes up and says, "Oh yeah, here's this thing where staking is 275%," but I haven't done any research on that. I trust this guy. He's someone that I've seen around, and there's no reason for me to think that he's gotten into something that's a scam or not good. Although there are scams out there, right? And so, especially for something quite so high, I would be a little concerned if it stays that high for very long,
Sure.
right? Um, Ponzi schemes can do that kind of thing, right? Ponzi schemes where they're bringing in new money from new people that are paying the people that have been there for a while. That's not good, right? And so I don't know what could be out there that could be a scam. So anything that I was looking into, I would kind of um, do a little bit of research if it's something crazy. But I'm going to trust that Endo knows what he's doing and he's looked into it a little bit and it's been around for a while. And it could be something like right now, as an example, Sandbox is offering such a high APR because this is their grand opening, right? They just had their alpha release really soon or really recently. They're planning on having more releases, and they have set aside where's the money? Right here. They've set aside 500,000 sand that's going to be
Wow.
given out weekly to the people that are staking in this. So they already have those sand tokens set aside specifically for this event. And so we know, or we can pretty much assume, that that sand is already set up, and then we are going to be given a certain percentage based on how much of this. So $123 million has been put into this pool from people like you and me and everybody else. We've all pitched in that 123 million. And so the percentage of this 500K that we're getting back is getting back to us through the amount of money that we have added ourselves to this liquidity pool. And because of the amount that we are adding in, we can see that right now this $500 total reward divided by the amount that people have put in gives us about 121 APR return. So this APR is going to be adjusting per day, right?
Sure.
And so the more money people put in, the lower the APR is going to be for each of us because, more people are putting in more, and our $50 that we put in is a smaller amount of the pool.
Right.
So our APR goes down. I remember when I think this specific thing has been going around, this specific liquidity pool right here for Polygon and Matic has been going on for 1 or 2 weeks now. I forget if it's been 1 or 2 weeks. And when it first started, the APR was 700%, or when I first saw it, it was 700%
Wow.
is what I was getting for returns. because I had a pretty large chunk of money in there, or I guess it doesn't matter how much I had in there specifically, but there were so few of us in there at the time, and the total amount was so small that each of us that were putting in were getting so much back of that 500,000 that it turned out to be about 700% annual returns. And this is where I was trying to get some of y'all that I've known for years, hey, get into this thing quick. And so one or two friends did kind of get in quick, but other people like you have been, y'all are busy. And I can understand that. And I don't want to pressure y'all or you know,
Yeah, I'm just
make
really
things,
unfamiliar with it, and I needed, something like what we're doing now tonight
yeah,
to help me over the ledge.
yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, better late than never is what I say. So it's still 121%, which is amazing returns.
Yeah,
As time goes on, then they are going to reduce this a little bit, and so the value, the APR will come down a little bit. And depending on how you feel about if you really want to try to get something like Endo's 275%, then you could look into other liquidity pools that might be giving more. And you could just claim and withdraw the amount that you have here and move it to some other pool. If you do that, though, make sure you do enough research that you know
right.
what you're getting into. I feel extremely confident with Sandbox just for a number of reasons that we don't need to get into here right now. But I feel really comfortable with them to feel very secure putting money in here for a longer period of time and not be worried about it. So even if this goes down a little bit, I'm not overly concerned about it for the long term. And to me, I'm so busy with other things that I don't feel I have the time to research. I'm like, I might touch base with Endo again a little bit and say, hey, can you uh, show me what you're doing there? Because I might want to look into that. And if I find something better, I might put some money in there. But I also believe in Sandbox for a lot of other reasons for a very long term. And so I kind of want to keep a lot of my funds in Sand and in Sandbox and in things related to Sandbox, uh, just because I think this is the platform that I feel very good about going forward in a major way in the future. Um,
There definitely seems to be a lot of people that are involved with this,
there,
just based on what I was trying to help you out with.
yeah, yeah. Um, and actually, the people that I'm interacting with is such a small amount, so it would have been really cool if you would have gotten in the Sandbox stuff a couple of weeks ago when they were actually doing the alpha release, and actually gotten into the world, just like you got in there with us a few days ago, or I guess it was yesterday, uh, into some of the stuff. But to see, you know, 5,000 people playing around in these virtual environments there, that's pretty crazy. So there's definitely a lot of not only production team involved, but a lot of players that are, interacting with this platform as well.
Yeah, I'll try to get into some of that whenever they start doing the alpha pass again.
Yeah, yeah. Something I will recommend also, I don't plan on putting all my eggs in one basket with Sandbox, even though I'm more hyped up about them than anybody else. But Decentraland is another place that I really want to get into. I do plan to buy some land in Decentraland, which is going to be another metaverse very much like Sandbox, but it's not going to be voxelated the same way. Have you seen anything about Decentraland?
Um, I I may have. I've seen other metaverses where the graphics are much better.
Yeah, absolutely. So, um, here is some images from Decentraland where you don't necessarily have the the pixelated stuff of it, right?
Right.
And so I guess here's another good example. You still see it's not photorealistic, but it definitely looks a little bit more. The lines have a little bit more detail than the voxels or the pixelated type of 3D graphics that Sandbox has. Let me show you also. This is one that I want to get into as well. And it's not just because of the graphic stuff. They've already got, so Decentraland is a little bit older than Sandbox. It's been around for a little bit more in a 3D environment than Sandbox has. And so they already have their world opened up to a lot more public people. But Sandbox will be at that same stage real soon. Let me also show you Blocktopia, which is something that looks pretty cool as well. Um, so the graphics here look pretty nice for some of its stuff. Looks a little bit more Blade Runner-esque, right? You're
Yeah,
probably
I'm watching your stream on my phone, so there is quite a bit of lag.
yeah, and it's also it's not just your phone, but the stream itself I think has got a bit of a delay, even maybe as much as 20 seconds. Um, but here's some Blocktopia stuff, a little bit of Blade Runner-esque type of thing. And this one is even newer than Sandbox, and they're still in a super early stage that I don't even think they've had any public access to their metaverse yet at all. Or if they have, it's been extremely limited. But this is something pretty good, or it does look good. And so I've started to put a little bit of interest into here as well. And then finally, one of the other ones that I was kind of taking a look at was Mirandus. And this is kind of like a D&D world, but it's going to be owned by us, the players. So again, in very much metaverse style, it's going to be NFT based, and so you're going to own your items. Players can actually own the land that they're on, and just as a king would own a large plot of land and have other um, workers and other people working that land and making income from taxes,
This one I have seen.
yeah, then that same type of thing is going to be here in Mirandus, where um, you're going to have people with a lot of money, you know, buying a bunch of land and boats and ships and castles and buildings, and then all the rest of us are going to be doing some work, or chopping down trees or mining rocks or whatever it is, and selling our wood for money or whatever it is, building
Mhm.
bow and arrows, building swords, crafting these different items, maybe crafting magic gems and all this other kind of stuff, and selling those to other people. And there's going to be a real life economy in this game, where just like I sent you some sand tokens that have actual crypto value, you're going to be able to earn like a real crypto value by playing these games.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. So those four, Sandbox, I'm most hyped up about. Decentraland's pretty good. Mirandus and Blocktopia are the four main ones that I'm looking at right now. But there will be more to come. There will be more of these type of things that pop up, and that can be very interesting. Not only to play, but for some kind of investment opportunities as well.
Oh, very interesting. I want to definitely keep an eye on things here
Yeah,
and see how it goes, man.
absolutely, man.
You
I
know,
yeah,
this is all. I'm really glad you took the time out to show me around.
yeah, indeed. I'm glad that more and more of my friends are finding a little bit of time for me to show them this kind of stuff, because there are some really interesting opportunities, things that I really think that people would enjoy. Even like for you, even just playing some of these type of games might be fun on its own, even if there wasn't any money involved. And then to be able to have money involved at the same time and look at it like a real financial investment opportunity, um, that adds another little level of excitement, at least for me.
Yeah, it was pretty cool playing your game. It was after we got some of the bugs worked out, it rolled along pretty flawless.
Yes, and thanks for pointing those out too, because I would have hated to have, 20 different people trying to play and get discouraged because it was so laggy because of this stuff that I was in the middle of, working on, and I'd forgotten that I had put 500 beavers, under this wolf that was causing a lag. Yeah.
Yeah, I was having to restart over and over and over, trying to kill that hare den so I can get rid of all these squirrels that was
Ah,
causing all this lag,
right.
without realizing that there were skeletons up in the clouds doing the same thing. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, yeah. There was a there was also a wolf that was spawning beavers every second, and unfortunately those beavers were never moving, and so it was spawning 500 beavers on top of each other that couldn't
Okay,
move. And so yeah, there was all kinds of weird things that were going on that I had to fix.
and that's that wolf that could kill you in one swing.
That's right. It's not actually the wolf that kills you. It's the 500 beavers that are attacking you all at one time.
Oh
That's
man,
that's really that's really what's going.
I was wondering what was hiding underneath that wolf. I was like, what is that? But every
Yeah.
time I get caught, it kills me, so I didn't mess with it.
Yeah, yeah. It so that's what that is that is a little game implement that I was trying to play with, and it was just partially done, where I wanted to have some kind of asset spawn another asset that would then do damage to you. And
Oh,
so that was just in the very early stages. So the wolf was spawning these beavers, and then the beavers were going to attack you. But the beavers are supposed to be moving around, and they're not supposed to be spawning quite so quickly. Uh, is, but just as a test environment, I was having them spawn every 1 second. So every 1 second you were playing that game, another beaver was being spawned and just sitting there, not moving under that wolf.
wow.
Yeah. I'll
Did,
end
did,
up getting all that fixed soon, but yeah, for now I just turned all that stuff off. We don't need
oh,
it.
it was cool though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to what you might have in store for us this weekend.
Yeah, yeah. Every weekend we're gonna have the new challenge, and we're gonna earn some more cryptocurrency and NFTs and all that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to get feedback right now from you and other friends and other players for ideas. So, put your thinking cap on, and if you can come up with any idea. You remember one of the guys said hide and seek was something, and I don't know if you were there or watching when we were playing hide and seek for a little bit, but
Yeah,
yeah. But so if there's anything that you could think of, maybe a different type of game. I know some people wanted me to do Decentraland, and I am planning to do that at some point. But that's going to require that we all get Decentraland accounts, and I've already got one, but I know that maybe a lot of people don't already have a Decentraland account. And I don't want to make y'all do too much too quickly, so it's like a burnout trying to get, a million new accounts created. I've already been asking that y'all create an account at OpenSea, right? And Sandbox and MetaMask, and there's going to be a point where y'all are going to say, "Oh, enough is enough."
yeah, all these that you've had us, create are sort of interdependent on each other.
They are, yeah. And I didn't want to give everything all at once. So, a couple of weeks ago, I just had you do the MetaMask and the Sandbox accounts. And then,
Yeah,
we were interacting with that for a while. Then I wanted to give, a little bit of break in there. And then this last week, I had y'all add OpenSea account, right? And that way you can get access to the NFTs and all that kind of thing, and you can see your NFTs in your wallet. And then, of course, now I'm also wanting people to do a little bit of staking. And so now that you already have a Sandbox account with a MetaMask, then it doesn't take too much effort to get staking going. Although I can see I'm going to need to polish this experience that you and I have had here today to make it a little bit more smooth, right?
yeah, it's like a step-by-step instruction that needs to be made. Make it look
Exactly.
like you teach somebody.
Exactly. Yeah. I ultimately want to have another little video, just like I had the video for the game that you saw.
Yeah, Yeah.
I think that last video that I created was really smooth and polished. I've
For
had
the
some, what was that?
for the game.
Yeah,
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 it was nice. The second one was nicer than the first one.
absolutely. And that's what I'm getting at. So the first one, I didn't have a script and I was kind of, saying stuff and I kept asking friends for, give me honest feedback. And some friends said, yeah, it sounds great and they liked it. But then other friends said, dude, you're all over the place here. You need to write a script so you don't get off track. I don't need to be talking about, X, Y, or Z. So apparently there were some topics that I got derailed on and sidetracked with. And they were like, you don't need to even mention these. So stay on target with your script that you're going to come up with. And ultimately, it led to me realizing that if two or three friends are saying this for this little video, that maybe I just ought to take the time to do a new video. And so I did. It took me 2 days to come up with that new video, but I do like that video a lot better. I think it's more well done.
Let me ask you this question: as far as your live stream today, what was did you have a goal for that?
Oh, a little bit yes and no. My real goal today was just to make myself available on stream.
Well,
Um,
I'm glad you did because I learned a lot.
yeah, yeah. So I've got a lot of work that I'm trying to do. Like you've seen me messing around with my spreadsheet, and that was the main thing that I was going to try to accomplish today was making sure that I had sent everyone's rewards yesterday and making sure that because last night somebody sent me a message that I didn't read until this morning, and their message made it sound like I accidentally skipped over them for the rewards.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh man, I didn't mean to do that. And it turns out that I did send his rewards yesterday, but um, it just made me realize that I need an easier way for myself to confirm if I sent them to the right person. Maybe I sent it to the wrong person, or did they not win for some other reason? Maybe they didn't have the pass at the end of the time, and I
I
just
know.
needed to, yeah. So that's what this spreadsheet that I'm working on is supposed to do. Is it's supposed to help me get all my ducks a little bit more in a line and organized, so I can more easily see. Yep, I sent it to this person. This was the transaction address, so I have a little bit of a link that I can give to them to show them when it was sent, just for them to verify if they need to, because it's possible that someone could send me the wrong address to send it to, right? They could say, hey, here's my address, and maybe they got their address wrong. Maybe it was their kid's address. Maybe, the father and son are sharing a computer, and he accidentally sent me his kid's address, and he's waiting to see something in his wallet, and it's not going to show up there.
Yep,
Yeah,
understood and understand.
yeah. Occasionally, people have typos. They, leave off the last character when they're doing a copy and paste as well.
Hmm.
And there's supposed to be mechanisms in place to avoid that, but I'm still a little skeptical. I guess because I'm so old school, we didn't have those safeguards in the past, and it was a little bit more easy to send value into an address that didn't exist, and that wasn't good.
Well, Rock, I appreciate everything you've done for me, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. I know you need to get back to your stuff, and I want to get back to my spreadsheet as well. I think we've
Yeah,
covered everything that we want to do here today. You now have some sand tokens that are getting staked, and it's going to earn you a little bit of interest every day. You might want to let that sit for a week where you can show some value and say, hey, honey,
yep,
look at this. Do you think we can afford to put, an extra 100 or 200 in there?
yep.
And keep in mind that the 126% is only going to last for about another 3 weeks. But even after that, I still think it's going to be about 70% or more. And then
Mm-hmm.
even once that goes away, or if it goes away, then there'll be other opportunities out there, and you'll already have crypto set up by then.
Yeah, my earnings right now are 0.0008.
Woo! You got to start somewhere. All right, man. I'll let you go. Fantastic chatting with you. And I'm going to be trying to stream on a regular basis. And if you want to get stuff done and you can't chat, that's fine. But then if you just want to pop in and say hi, just to say hi, I'm going to try to make myself available more often.
Yeah, I of course I go back to work tomorrow, but
Yeah.
and I'm subscribed to all your stuff. So if you have a
Cool.
live stream that pops up, I'll get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you
If
just
I
want
can't,
to,
I can at least listen in while I'm working.
absolutely. And if you just want to keep it in the background, that's fine. And if other people are popping in and out, then I can interact with them, but no big deal.
I mean, you're going to say something that's going to pique my interest, I'm sure. And that's going to have.
At some point. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's part of what I wanted to do is just kind of make myself available to people in case they had anything they wanted to chat about.
Well, you're doing a good job.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
All right, get your work done.
Yes, thank you very much. You have a good evening and enjoy yourself. I'll chat with you sometime soon.
Yes, sir. We'll see you, Dave.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Time is it here? It's 6:31 my time right now. See, I've got just a couple of viewers, not a lot of y'all out there. But I don't see anything going on in chat. That is fine. Let's put on some more music again. What do you say? I think I had. So Scott Buckley has got some royalty-free music. Been playing that on repeat. Thanks, Scott. If you go to his website, maybe I'll give him a little plug here. Let's see, lots of stuff here. Follow me, everything like that. Somewhere on here, but I don't see it right off the bat. Maybe it's because it's his own music. Yeah, as long as you're attributing your music that you're playing to Scott and you're giving his website URL, and that's what I was kind of looking for, but he's got these tiny links for everything. But you can check him out in a lot of different places. He's got some pretty good music I like, and a good variety as well. But yeah, if you're looking for free music to play on your stream that's royalty free and not going to get you busted for copyright stuff, his music is released under the Creative Commons. Just got to attribute it. All right, let me get back to some stuff that I was doing here. And close out some of these other windows. And I am trying to work on this thing here. going to start getting back to my own work, anyone who's watching, but if you've got anything to say, I'm happy to chat with you. Just post your messages in chat. Otherwise, I'm probably not going to be too verbal. Two. Sent them 10 sand yesterday as well. I don't think we need that information there. Sent them 11 sand. I see someone here in the social hub. Is there anything to do in here? He's saying. Uh, I don't really know a lot of that kind of thing. I think there's just a bit to explore in this hub. And then I'll say, have you tried, what was the, have you tried Sandheim? Oh man, forget. Many secret places to explore. Just trying to figure out what to do. There are other experiences with games to win. Fighting zombies, goblins, etc. This map is a social hub for more than one person at a time. But not a lot to play. Forget the name of the new one. Should be on the same page as you found this one under, oh my goodness, what's that called? Featured experiences. And then just let them know to go find me on YouTube if he has more questions, because I am not going to be watching the screen very much. But I am watching. Can anyone play Sandbox right now? We've got, yes, anyone can play Sandbox right now. I am in Sandbox right here, as you can see. This is just one of the experiences. There are quite a few others that are actually have a wide variety of different things that you can do. Just make sure you download the game maker and you can try all of those out. There are literally 400 and something pages of 9 experiences per page. Not all of them will be very good, I'll be honest. It's a lot of people like you and me creating tests for ourselves or trying to experiment with something. But some of them, like this one, are pretty well built. I'm not actually playing anything right now. I'm just kind of in a social hub, waiting for other people to come in. There's, these couple of people right here in the social hub with me, and I'm just kind of hanging out and doing whatever. To be honest, I am actually working on some things. I'm not sure if that's going to be useful to me. It's such a small window. We'll see how that goes. And let's see, we sent how much to them? We sent this guy 10 sand yesterday. I have to find out who that is. Looks like I might have missed somebody and sent somebody twice. It's kind of what I was a little worried about. I'm doing a little bit of this stuff manually. I need to automate the process to just feed in the wallet addresses. Let's go for our next one here. Looks like I sent this guy 10 sand as well. There's our address. You know, one thing I'm kind of interested in also is if anyone else is doing anything interesting at the moment. Anybody else even in here? You can check out the users that way.
So I think they're already going to pay.
Let's see what we got. We just did B84. I think that was this one. And I think we're finished up with that. Yep, we got the address. It's all good. And we sent this person 10 sand as well. Wonder if I can delete these comments from here. Block user on YouTube. Can we also I don't know if I can delete that message though, huh? Can I not moderate that? Not sure if it really helps me to block these people, because they only send one message and then they're gone, right? Hmm. I need to figure out how to stop those messages. What if I got onto my YouTube stream itself? Oh, it does say that it was deleted there. Interesting. Let's do a little bit of house cleaning there on YouTube. All right. Maybe I can do a little bit more here, like add the block list on Restream chat. Yeah, that looks like that's cleared it up for me a little bit. Looks better. wonder if I could stream this on my Discord also. If I share my screen. But a different screen. Thing. Well, I might do that later if someone really has a need for it. Okay. Where was I here with this spreadsheet? Looks like we just did transaction ID 632. And what we're trying to do here is get the wallet address again. Plug that in. And we're done with the 632 transaction. I think this might be our last one right here. Here's our transaction ID. You see we sent them 10 sand. We'll just plug that into here. 10 yesterday. And we're going to take this wallet address, copy the link, BB2. Make sure we cut out all this extra garbage in front. Okay, so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I think that's what I sent out yesterday. I see that I accidentally sent somebody something twice, it looks like. Okay, so now I'm going to hop over to my Discord. And I'm going to pull this over to this other screen for a minute. And I'm going to try to work in here a little bit, just for a moment. Trying to match up the IDs with the people that I know. Let's see what we got. Here we got a wallet address, 826. Looks like this one right here. We all took some really great screenshots. I think I need to start at the back and work forward. Because if anyone sends me messages between now and then, they might get lost. I'm just doing some things off the screen right now. Crazy spammers. Well, is that the end of our music? Let's check that out here. I'll pull it up here. Interesting. Oh, is that even right? What am I looking at here? All right, gang. Looks like I probably don't have any viewers. If y'all are still watching, give a shout out in chat real quick. I'm about to head out, I think. But it's been fantastic. I'm glad that we talked about a lot of the things that I did want to talk about with a few of you earlier. And I will try to be doing streaming a lot more. Hopefully some of the time it will be a little bit more exciting than what we're doing today. But I'm going to go ahead and head out now. Hey, X-Golden. Glad to see you there. You're probably just lurking around. That's cool. I'll be back on stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to start early, and I'm going to try to start making myself available more days. And again, if people just want to lurk around, that's fine. And if anyone has questions, that's good too. I'm working on getting the play to earn set up for this weekend as well. I've got some ideas. If anyone has ideas for what to do with the play to earn in this upcoming weekend's challenge, just get in touch with me, all that kind of good stuff. X-Golden, did you have anything to say specifically, or are you just acknowledging that you're here? I'll give you a moment to post a question if you did have anything specific. Otherwise, it is getting kind of late here, and I am hungry for dinner. But I'm glad that you were hanging out with us. Absolutely. We'll do some giveaways, and we'll do some other fun stuff on stream shortly. I've just had a lot of work I needed to do today, making sure that I sent out everyone's rewards from yesterday. You wanted to ask if I can... I wanted to ask you if I can change my wallet. Yeah, you can. So, are you talking about just your wallet address with me specifically, or are you talking about your wallet with Sandbox or something different, or just getting a different second wallet address? Because when I create account, they gave me a wallet and I don't know what it is in Sandbox. Oh, you created an account and you don't have the password for the original wallet? Yeah, that might not be good. So, unfortunately, I don't think, or everything that I've seen right at this moment, Sandbox has said that you can't change the wallet in Sandbox. But what you can do is you can create a new wallet, and you can create a new account on Sandbox, and then you can change your old email address and old username to something different, and then you can use that email address and username that you want to have on Sandbox for your new account with your new wallet. There's no way to change wallets, but you can create a new account and then put your email address and game name on the new account. Does that make sense? I'll try it. Yeah, fantastic. So go ahead and try that over the next, couple of hours. I will be back on stream live tomorrow. So if that doesn't work, then just get back in touch with me tomorrow and we'll see how that goes. And I can even help step you through that if you need it. But I think you'll probably be able to get it just fine. Anyway, y'all have a good night. I'm going to go grab some, see, you played my map and it's cool. Thank you very much. And keep in mind, we're doing those... Play to earn. Were you one of the people that won yesterday? I forget, X-Golden. I think you were. I think I remember seeing you in there. And I think you won stuff, right? Did you win some things from me yesterday? The 10 sand? All I have is wallet addresses, so I don't even even remember the names of the people. And everyone has like 2 or 3 different names, right? You've got a name on Discord, you've got a name in Sandbox, you've got a name chatting on the chat here. No, I just played the map and finished. Oh, but didn't. Oh, okay. Well, I'm giving. We're doing giveaways every weekend this month. Every weekend this month. You need to get one of those game passes, and so if you haven't gotten the game pass, but I gave out $60 worth of sand yesterday to a bunch of people that won. You can check out the stream from yesterday if you just want to, verify that we even handed out the sand tokens on stream, because I think some people were, wondering, is this real? Am I actually going to get anything? So I wanted to make sure to hand out all that stuff online on stream so you could see it. But we're going to be doing giveaways each weekend this month. And so they're all going to require that you've got that game pass, but then you just buy that big game pass once. And right now, I think last one I saw was like $20. So you buy the game pass for $20, and I just gave people $60 yesterday of sand tokens. And then if we win again next weekend and the weekend after that, then that'll be a really good return on that investment there. That game pass will be continued to use for quite a few times. Anyway, if you're not interested in that, that's fine too. You can just hang out and watch the streams. I don't want to pressure anyone into buying the pass necessarily. But I do want to give out lots of tokens and lots of sand. And I want to show people that play to earn really does work. Even if you have to spend a little bit of money, you're going to get a lot more back, right? So that's kind of what I want to show. I think a lot of people are having a hard time understanding that right now. But everyone will get it soon. Anyway, I'm going to run off and go grab some dinner, and I will chat with you tomorrow, and we'll see how you did with getting your new account and your new wallet set up. All right, if anybody else is out there, I'll give you about another 30 seconds to go, just to make sure that if anyone's behind in the stream. Other than that, man, I really appreciate everyone who showed up today. Had some good conversations. Looking forward to doing a lot more of this, and I am excited about handing out a lot of sand to y'all over the next couple of weeks. And we're even going to play some different games. We're going to do some Decentraland. We're going to do some Mirandus. We're going to do a bunch of other stuff as well. Blocktopia when it gets a little bit more finished. And even other things too, like Town Star was something I've already looked into. So if you like NFT games, if you like play to earn, we are definitely going to be checking out that kind of stuff. Keep in tune here. Subscribe to the video live stream channel so you can get updated. And I will see y'all tomorrow.